Subtract. Don't tell me that, Darks. Shut up, Drew. Only I'm hungover. No, no, no. I played 4 hours of hockey yesterday and I'm destroyed right now. I went to bed at like 9 o'clock and I just woke up and I didn't even want to get out of bed for then. I was like, I could go back to sleep and sleep another 2 hours. Oh my gosh. Shiz, I'm freaking gonna punch you right in your ovaries. Thank you, legit. Appreciate the kind words. Trying to get everything up and running here. Siri, let's go, bud. 24.
We come to stack green. Sometimes we bleed red, but at the end of the day, we all goon white.
Oh my god. Jesus. Just don't even.
enjoy my Hong Kong garden? Seems like only yesterday. Now you're all grown up.
How many months is that, dude? 56. Let's go, bud. Freaking OG in the hizzle. BMNR trying to go here. Now it'll go. Oh, oh. How's Ethereum doing? I know crypto took a pullback. I should take a look at this before I trade some of this stuff. I have no idea. What is everybody here? Play 4 hours of play 4 hours of hockey. You look how I did Sunday morning. I literally rolled out of bed 10 minutes ago. Ethereum holding up pretty good compared to everybody else. Thar's juicing. Opens moving. Holy face. I told you I just woke up. Listen, you get to see the whole thing, boys. All right? I don't put no makeup on for you. I don't hide it. You get to see it all. You get to see it all. All right? There's no view bots on this face, okay? Speaking of, how about that freaking viewbot again, huh? Jeez. No, I'm not hungover. Just slept really hard. Shut up, C-Bus. Freaking ban yourself. Chicka Bow Wow, thank you for the morning shit. Now I can look better. It makes a lot. There was a few that I watched and I was pretty confident that you bought it, and bingo, they did. Attempting murder? Are you talking about Rampage Jackson's son? I saw that clip. How's that not moving? It's just like infinite soak here. You're welcome, Chicka Bow Wow. Some of y'all thought was Stocky Stream was view botted, but He still got his 2.5K. He's a real deal. He's an OG. People that have been exposed, I'm not going to mention, but I knew. I knew. You can tell. When my chat, which normally has 300-400 people in it, my chat's moving faster than theirs. Yeah, they're okay. Okay, bud.
You da best around.
Blazing 28. Thank you, Blazing. Sweet, kind words out of you. Thar is just going straight up and waiting on a freaking pullback on this thing. Nope. Very erect. BMNR are going to try it here. Black Akko. Let's go. What for new sub, bud? New sub, boys. New sub. Let's go. We love the freaking new subs. How'd you find us? How'd you find us, Black Akko? I love asking the new subs how you found us and why did you hit that sub button. Let's hear it. This is your moment. Buying XRP again under 3. Let's go, Salt. Dark web.
Feet finder.
Jaked. No one asked you. Thar is just juiced out of its mind. Look at this shit. You want to see some shit? Why is this taking forever to load up? Oh, I disconnected. Thank you, eTurd. Thank you for disconnecting for zero reason. But do you see this? RKLB plus $5. Do you see that? You know why it's plus $5? Because I sold my position Friday at 3 p.m. That's why it's plus $5 and plus 11% today. That is why. Thanks, eTurd. Thanks for giving me my shit back. This is the breakout that I've been waiting for on RKLB. And I missed it by a day. I literally sold Friday. Elevator going down. I think I got it. Yeah, nothing. Look at the volume on that. Unbelievable, Rocket Lab. Unbelievable. I think I made $600 on this instead of $2,500, which it would be right now, or $3,000. Blaze, what's it doing? Very light volume. Daily's interesting. It's just so light volume. 9 HD. Things been moving this morning, or has it been kind of Spy holding up. Law, great movers. Spicy girl. Someone said it, that was Ivanka. I don't know if they were joking or not, but I could totally see that it could be too. He's got some weird interactions with her. Open. New highs. Look at that shit. Just looking for a little bounce here. Not anything crazy. We got 5-minute cock, but maybe a little bounce here. Maybe. 96. Yep, there was it. I just missed it. That's all I was looking for. I'd be out by now. Wow. Newegg breaking down on the daily here. All right. Potty break. Be right back. All right. AEHR. Okay. INHQ. It's not a ticker. INHD. What is this thing doing? Thar looks like it's down for the count. Open has a 5-minute. That MACD's got to flip though. This Tesla might be interesting. Right on support. Kind of a flat top here. At some other levels. ALTS. 716 level. $17. $18. Too slow. Oh, BMNR broke. See that? Damn. What's SBET doing? Nothing. The candlelight cost. What did? Executive order setting is the DEA and Pam Bondi. Okay. Is there an executive order today? Right now? We got a link for it, boys? Oh, there it is. I got it.
Any of our beautiful monuments, everybody left town. They were gone. Never had a problem.
What are we signing? What's the executive order?
Stopped it. But this is something that's, I don't know, in a certain way, it's equally as important. Some people would say it's more important because the people in this country don't want to see our American flag burned and spit on, and by people that are, in many cases, paid agitators. They're paid by the radical left to do it. You talk to these people, they don't even know, half of them don't even know what they're doing. They say, I don't know, they give me money to do this. I see the same things that you do. They're bad people. They're trying to destroy our nation. That's not working because I think our nation now is the most respected nation anywhere in the world by far. You saw that with the European leaders on Friday. You saw that with NATO where they agreed to go from 2% no pay to 5% fully paid up, trillions of dollars paid, where they respect your president to a level that they jokingly call me the president of Europe. They call me the president of Europe, which is an honor. I like Europe, and I like those people. They're good people. They're great leaders. And we've never had a case where 7 plus really 28, essentially 38 countries were represented here the other day. 38 European countries were represented. European and other countries were represented. And it was a great meeting. But your country is respected again. I say it all the time. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Everybody said it. We had a dead country.
A question that requires Trump issues an executive report about something interesting. There's an influx of volume there to advance volume at Trump Center Circle. Yeah, definitely speculation on the MSOs. I think they're going to make a bigger deal than a secondary headline at an executive order.
President, thank you for keeping D.C. safe. You know, just a couple examples of a mother, a single mom, whose house was burglarized, and
he still has the freaking World Cup trophy there.
Bail went back the next night and burglarized her house again.
It's freaking an ornament on his desk now.
Fight with another guy. He had a gun. He was let out. Next night, he got up, went back, and killed him. So that's why it's so important, President, what you're doing. And thank you for protecting the American flag. And we'll do that without running afoul of the First Amendment as well. And President, I think Terry Cole, I think Gaddy Serralta had something he wanted to give you on behalf of all the law enforcement who are out there every single night.
Yes, thank you for putting me in charge of this surge as the director of the United States Marshal Service. It's the oldest law enforcement agency. It was created in 1789. So on behalf of all the federal law enforcement agencies that we're working with and those that have yet to join the team, I thought it was only appropriate to present you with an honorary United States Marshal Service badge. And this badge comes with this little item right here, which is a handcuff key, Mr. President, because you can
It's for those wild times at night.
in your efforts with your staff to
You and Melania really want to spice things up.
officers all over this nation.
This is the only key.
And I can tell you personally that they thank you for that.
Thank you. That's
You
beautiful.
can continue unhandcuffing law enforcement.
That's a very great honor. I'll save that and put it someplace up.
I went for the handshake. There it is.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Really nice. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you.
Dup
I
Hope.
love those people.
How you doing, buddy?
Brave, and they love our country, and they don't want to see it. Do you know how many people volunteered for this job? And before I ask the VP to say a few words, because he feels very strongly about it, I think it's very important, Pam, that when we do this, that a state required, they come and ask us. I mean, I see Pritzker saying, we don't want them. In the meantime, his city is being shot to hell. And they do that politically. And they probably do want it. If we didn't go to Los Angeles, you would literally have had to call off the Olympics. It was so bad. And the sheriff and the law enforcement people, but the sheriff said, and he came out very strongly, he said, if we didn't have these people, we were not able to control it. Now, 4 days later, after we had it totally under control, we did that quickly. He changes to it a little bit. Well, I think we could have done it. They were dead. If we didn't send in the troops, Los Angeles was dead. The Olympics was gone. The World Cup was gone. Everything was gone. We did a great job. And Newsom, he's an incompetent governor. But I think people should want us to be there because otherwise all they'll do is complain as we do our job.
WETH, we touch technology on light volume moving here to the highs 94 cents,
we go in and
98%.
people that are here that have been doing.
WETH.
I don't want to say terrible because she happens, she's a nice woman, I guess. I don't care about if she's nice, I really don't care. I want her to do, I'd rather have her be horrible but do the job. But we come into Washington and We have the 11 best days they've had here in 2 centuries. I mean, they've never seen anything like it. Let's go 2 decades.
PZZA, Papa
In over
John's
20
at the
years,
highs now,
they
popping
haven't
here
seen
up
anything like what
4%.
happened.
That's
And now
Papa
they're out there
Zulu
saying,
Zulu
"We don't
Alpha,
have crime."
PZZA.
Well, that's true. For 11 days, you don't have crime.
INHD,
But before
still
that,
trying.
everybody was getting hit and mugged, and you people could not walk to your office without security. That's how unsafe it was. So I think we should really let them have their city, let their city go to hell, and when they come and beg us to help. The only problem is we want to save it for the people, because the people want us there. The people here, 95% of the people here want us. The real people, not the people you find on, I don't know where you find these people. You have one person that has a broken nose. Where'd you get it? Well, I was mugged. Good. Do you want to see Trump here with? No, I don't want. The woman has a broken nose. She got mugged. But she's saying she doesn't want any protection. It's all made up fake news. It's just fake news. I don't know where you find these people. Anyway, would you say a couple of words, please? And then I'm going to ask JD to say something. You have done an unbelievable job in a short period of time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Highly recommended by you know who, right?
Yes, sir.
You want to say his name?
Mr. Youngkin, Governor
Yes, sir.
Youngkin. Yes, sir.
We stole you from
He
Governor
called me.
Youngkin.
He called me. Glenn Youngkin called, and he said, "I have somebody who's."
Let's get to
really
the questions. Let's
fantastic."
get the juice.
And based on that recommendation, here you are. You've done a fantastic job. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department are back. They enjoy doing their job again. They feel the ability to go out and be law enforcement officers. They feel that they're connected to their communities. They are making a difference. Thanks to you, Mr. President, and our federal
That
task
Tesla
force,
340 was
we're
it.
making DC safe once again. Thank you, sir.
It's going to get better and better. Well, it can't get much better. There's no crime. I read where crime's
Our
down
KLB
89%.
has
I
some,
said, really?
wedge
Who are the
forming.
11%? Okay. There's no
2-point wedge. It's not a 3-pointer, but it's there.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks, Mr. President. Thanks to the incredible team here. You know, I want to echo something the President said where you say there haven't been murders in a couple of weeks in D.C., and it doesn't sound good, but then you talk to local law enforcement, and I didn't realize that this town averaged 1 murder every other day for the last 20, 30 years, which means that in 2 short weeks, the President and the team have saved 6 or 7 lives, people who would have been killed on the streets of D.C., who are now living, breathing, spending time with their families because the President had the willpower to say no more. We're not going to give the streets of D.C. over to vagrants and robbers and murderers. And the last point I want to make, sir, to your point about we want people to welcome us, to ask us, because look at Governor Pritzker in Illinois, or Governor Newsom in Los Angeles, or Governor Moore in Maryland. They are angrier
course it
about the
reverses.
fact that
Of
the President
course
of the United
it does.
States is offering
Well,
to
it's
help them
it.
get their crime under
Time to
control
freaking break
than they
down
are
some
about the
levels,
fact that
boys.
murderers are running roughshod over their cities and have been for decades. Why are Democrat governors angrier about federal law enforcement helping clean up their streets than they are about the fact that those streets need to be cleaned up to begin with? It shows a real sickness in the head. And I agree with the President of the United States. I think most Democrats, rank and file, nobody likes crime. Republicans don't like crime. Democrats don't like crime. Independents don't like crime. Why are Democratic governors doing everything in their power to make crime easier to do in their cities? It doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. But, Mr. President, I appreciate you being willing to help. And I hope these governors take you up on the offer because we should clean up all of America's streets. It's the right of every American to live in safety and comfort in their community.
And we've got the people to do it. They're signing up like they've never signed up before. Our military, as you know, during the campaign, nobody was signing up. We were way short of their goal, we were understaffed. Nobody wanted to be in the military. Nobody wanted to be a policeman. Nobody wanted to be a fireman. They didn't want anything to do with the country. We had an grossly incompetent president who, frankly, should not have been there. He should have never been there. The damage he did to this country
God,
is.
what's a Trump meeting without a Biden badge? Am I right?
So much of our effort are getting murderers and jail.
What we got here?
and-
Ziga, let's go 7 months. Wegwu 4.
Killers at
My
the
man.
highest level.
My man.
So much of the
My many men.
of people that he let in, it was an unforced error, but I don't think they think it's an error. But I don't believe he believed it. It was the radical lunatics that surrounded this guy at this desk, who are brilliant people, but with the wrong philosophy. There were some brilliant people, but they're evil
I have the
people,
right
and they're
chart
going to be brought
on
down.
this?
They have to be brought down
Okay.
because they really hurt our country. But we're getting it back very quickly, and I'll tell you something: our country's now is stronger. I think we're more respected than we've been respected in 100 years. It's a whole different ballgame. JD, could I ask you?
No, I did
you
not
gave a
have the right
stat
chart on that. Thank you very much.
murders
This was not a
here.
W.
What were the numbers? You said in a short period of time how many people were murdered?
Local law enforcement, in the past 20 or 30 years, DC has averaged a murder every other day. That's, 200 murders a year, 150, 250, but about every other day a person has been killed on the streets of Washington, D.C. We've been doing this for 2 weeks. 0 people killed. That's real lives saved that the media and, frankly, the entire Democratic Party should be saying, thank you for saving lives instead of attacking the President of the United States for doing so.
You know, when a person, unfortunately, will probably happen at some point, when a person's murdered in D.C., it's going to be the biggest story maybe in history. Right?
Yes, sir.
Somebody was murdered
probably right
in
about
D.C. Trump is failing. No, we're not failing. We have a safe city. This is maybe the safest city in America right now. That's how good it is. And it would be nice to be appreciated. These people eventually, they're going to have to be appreciated for what they're doing. And they're going to have to be appreciated by the officials that are really happy when we go in because they've lost control of their place. Steve Miller, please say a few words.
Thank you, sir. So, just to, first of all,
Makes it
follow up
jump.
on what the Vice President said, no police officer working in the city can remember a time in their lives when there has been no murders. You can work at the police department for 20 years, 30 years, your whole life. We've checked the records. No one can even find a record of being murder-free for as long as you've been murder-free under President Trump's leadership. Additionally, and the President spoke about this before, we've uncovered, in the process of uncovering, a massive scandal in Washington,
What is
D.C.
this?
with the doctoring of crime stats. And the Department of Justice, under the Attorney General, is leading the effort to uncover this. But when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though D.C. had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. There's even accusations that murders and homicides were reported as accidents instead of murders. I mean, this is how severe the situation of the crime data has been in the city, and it will all be uncovered and it will all be brought to light. I've had a chance to spend some time, as has everyone here, with the police officers in the city. Members of the public are going up to them and thanking them, just overflowing with gratitude, because for the first time in their lives, they can use the parks, they can walk on the streets. You have people who can walk freely at night without having to worry about being robbed or mugged. They're wearing their watches again. They're wearing jewelry again. They're carrying purses again.
Really
People have
weird
changed
that
their whole
SBAT
lives
is
in the
down and
city
BMNR is
after being
up.
Murdered, mugged, and carjacked.
Just
It
don't
is a literal statement
move
that
right
President Trump
anymore.
has freed
They did on Friday, but after that, it's been like, meh.
700,000 people in this city who are living under the rule of criminals and thugs. And the last thing I'll say is that under the efforts of Terry, to my left and many here, what they found also is that the street criminals here in Washington, D.C. were doing business directly with the transnational criminal cartels, the foreign terrorist organizations. So not only was the city being run by these criminal thugs, but they were working with some of the most dangerous terrorist organizations on the planet to traffic weapons and drugs into this city. And what we are uncovering every day is shocking to us, and we look forward to sharing all the results with you. But President Trump,
Right, even when his body and mind have been ravaged late into the night, good trades. I started green for like, well, I was green until this RKLB, which is now right back up.
You know, in Los Angeles, Beverly Hills is, a great place. I have a house there. I had a house there. I used to stay a lot of time, spend a lot of time there. And a great place. Do you know that I have friends, they leave their trunk open for their car because they know they're going to be vandalized. They don't want the trunk ripped off in order for them to steal what's in the back. They leave the doors open so when they go in to steal the radio or whatever they take, that they don't rip off the door. They leave the doors totally open so the criminals, when they go and open the door, they'll have to break the windows and kill the car in order to steal whatever it is in the car that they're looking for. And that's at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Nobody lives like that. I have another friend, he has a garage, and in order to save his garage door, he leaves it open so that people can just walk into his
Wi-Fi?
garage, take whatever
You could probably look that up. I don't know offhand.
leave. But all the cars are, so many cars, I've been told this by many people, stars, big people, they leave their doors open so the doors aren't destroyed by these criminals. All over Los Angeles, this is taking place, and you know that. I mean, you've heard that. Christy, could you say a few words?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, I think one of the most impactful statistics that you used today was of the 1,000 arrests that have happened already so far. 400
TFSL insider buying on
This is a
TFSL.
1-minute cut here.
on
On that.
in this country to begin with.
Pop or drop time on this
They
RKLB.
invaded over our southern border or our northern border or maritime seas, and then they committed crimes against the American people. So by
Sick
getting
break.
those individuals incarcerated, we've stopped those violent
TFS
crimes
Financial
from happening.
1403 at the
Yes,
high.
sir, they do. Exactly like Stephen was talking, they have ties to cartels. They have networks across this country and other cities. So by what you're doing here is going to have a ripple effect in Miami, in Chicago, in other cities, because you're grabbing those networks and giving
Stop.
us information and targeting information to go and get more criminals across this country. So thank you for the work that you're doing. We have ICE and CBP, Federal Protective Services, Secret Service, HSI. All of our officers are working with all the other agencies every day here in DC, and they're so proud to have this kind of partnership. So
Yeah.
they're so glad that you're letting them do their jobs again. And I don't know if you've heard, sir, but
Oh, bullshit on that, Phil.
ICE, when we were going to hire 10,000 new officers, we've got over 130,000 people that have applied and raised their hands and said they want
Seven.
to work with ICE. So no matter what the fake
RKLB,
news says,
Rocket
or
Lab,
what the
seeing
media
some
says about
heavy
ICE not having support,
call
we've got
volume.
incredible support from the American people. People want to join
Shares
them and
at
help them do what they do
49.01
to
now,
make America
off the
safe.
highs up 10.5% from
I was
Yokio
going to
Lima
say
Bravo.
that, our recruitment drive, so it was dead. During the campaign, they couldn't get, every story was the Army can't fill up, the Marines, none of them could fill up. They were way behind. We couldn't get anybody to go into the military, couldn't get any police. We have just set records on everybody wants to be in. Everybody wants to go in. And we're taking incredible people. I mean, the level of, because of the Supreme Court, it's based on merit. It's all based on merit now. It's not based on anything else. You got to, if you need strong people, you have to get strong.
PLTR,
people. It's all
Palantir at
based
the
on
intraday
merit.
high now,
So
down
we're
about
setting records in the
1.5%.
Army,
Papa Lima
Navy,
Tango
Air
Romeo.
Force, Marines, the
PLTR.
Coast Guard. One of my favorites, because I happen to have created it, Space Force. We're very proud of Space Force. It's amazing what it's doing. We're leading in space now. China was killing us. Russia was beating us. China was killing us. We're now killing China. We are leading in space by a lot because of Space Force. So we're very proud. But everybody wants to go in. We went from not, and you know how bad that is for the spirit when every story that you were writing a year ago was that nobody wants to go into the military anymore. And if you're in the military, you know how deflating that is? You go home to your family. Nobody wants a job that you have. Well, now it's the opposite. Everybody wants to be there. And that includes police and fire and everything else. You're doing a good job.
Thank you, sir.
You stopping a lot of wars? just the presidents we're stopping. We've stopped 7 wars, and really the number is actually 10. We're not including a couple, and we're not including in there what we did with Iran, stopping their nuclear play. They would have had within a month or two, they would have had a nice big nuclear weapon to use. That's not going to happen. That won't happen. Pete, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. President, thank you very much for your leadership, and the Defense Department is proud to be a part of this task force. Just like we have been down at the southwest border, where crossings are at 0, we've got national defense areas where we're working with Border Patrol to secure the southern border for the American people. Just like Los Angeles, where ICE officers deserve to do their job without being attacked, we're really proud to be a part of defending the nation's capital and ensuring it is safe and beautiful and working with law enforcement. And Mr. President, let me tell you, the morale of the troops, getting out there talking to them, they love this mission. They're grateful to be doing it, whether they're D.C. National Guard or other state National Guards. And at your direction as well, sir, it's just common sense to make sure they're armed as well. And so we're rolling out ensuring they're armed, capable of defending themselves and others if need be, supporting law enforcement, and we're proud to be there, sir.
Well, look at the mission you just accomplished with Iran. 36 hours back and forth, flawless. Every bomb hit its target. They went right down those chutes, dark at night, no moon, no nothing. Every target, every bomb went right down. They have a chute that goes right down deep into the mountain. And they shouldn't have put ventilation in, I can tell you, because we use that for our advantage. But
Stop giving away the secrets.
The pilots and even the people that took care of the planes. We had a whole group of people at the White House a couple of weeks ago. And you know, I didn't realize this, but they said, we've been looking at their predecessors, and then these were the pilots. They said, we gave them beautiful medals. And I'll show you the medal. Gave them a medal just like this. See? Just like that. They were so happy. Gave a lot of them out for that. It was an incredible job. You know, we had 52 tankers.
I took a RR Rich Tech Robotics. Shares are seeing a bump in activity on NVIDIA note. Says we're thrilled to be one of the first robotics powered by NVIDIA's next generation robots. Shares are seeing an increase of activity.
Compare that to the
RR.
operation when they went in with the helicopters crashing and everyone running around the desert, and the prisoners being taken, and that was Jimmy Carter. And what a horrible thing. This was the exact opposite. This was the exact opposite.
NKE, Nike
what
at
they
the
did
highs of
in
2% now. The
leaving,
Kilo Echo,
a
NKE.
very, very nice place. The Taliban runs a tough operation in Afghanistan, and I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. That was Biden. I was leaving, and we would have left through strength, tremendous strength. We would have had we would have kept Bagram, which is the air base, one of the largest runways in the world, one of the most powerful. You could land anything.
Reported
on it.
earlier that Puma
many
was
feet thick. You don't build them that way anymore.
up for sale.
You can't. But we left it, and now China's occupying that air base. This was the most incompetent administration in history, the Biden administration. And you're just lucky that they lost because
I still don't know what executive order he signed.
And so, Pete, you started off by saying the Department of Defense, and somehow it didn't sound good to me. You know, it didn't sound good. Defense. What are we defense? Why are we defense? So it used to be called the Department of War, and it had a stronger sound. And as you know, we won World War I, we won World War II, we won everything. Now we have a Department of Defense with defenders. I don't know. If you people want to, standing behind me, if you take a little vote, if you want to change it back to what it was when we used to win wars all the time, that's okay with me. All right?
That's coming
You
soon,
go.
sir.
You let me know if you want to do it. I think Department of War. It just sounded bad. He said, "Sir, on behalf of the Department of Defense." Defense. I don't want to be defense only. We want defense, but we want offense too, if that's okay. So you'll make a decision. But you know, as Department of War, we won everything. We won everything. And I think we're going to have to go back to that. In the meantime, I've stopped all of these wars. I've stopped them. The big one would have been India and Pakistan. But we stopped them all. We stopped 3 wars. Go to Africa. They like to say, oh, you know, let me tell you, I love black people. And I did great with the vote with the black people. But they say, he's a racist, he's a racist. I said, really? For 35 years, a war raged between Rwanda and the Republic of the Congo. And it was a vicious war. 9 million people were killed with machetes largely, hatchets, machetes. That went on for more than 30 years, but 34, 35 years. And I stopped it. In fact, the presidents are coming in a week or two to sign. We have the foreign ministers, it's all signed, the war stopped. But I got it stopped and saved a lot of lives. The Congo. That's deepest, darkest Africa. I got that war stopped. Nobody else could have done that. We did a lot of jobs. We did a lot of wars were stopped that nobody thought would even be possible. And I'll tell you what, the war with India and Pakistan, that was the next level. That was going to be a nuclear war. They already shot down 7 jets. That was raging. And I said, you guys want to do trade? We're not doing any trade. We're not doing anything with you if you keep fighting. You get 24 hours to settle it.
RR. Shares getting a pop.
no
Continued
more
activity, new highs for Tech Robotics.
Damn it.
One of the first robotics
Numerous
companies
occasions,
adopting
trade. I use trade. I
Jets
use
and
other-
Thor
I
to
use
power
whatever
next
you had to
generation
use.
robots. That's
We
Romeo.
got 7
Romeo.
of them stopped. And the one I thought would be easiest, frankly, was going to be Russia and Ukraine. But that turns out to be some big personality conflicts. It's one of those things. But we're going to get that stopped eventually. We're going to get that stopped too. 7,000 soldiers died last week. Think of that. 7,000. I usually say 5,000, but 7,221 soldiers died last week in the fight between Ukraine and Russia. And they're not our soldiers, but they're souls. They're living souls, and they leave their homes, and they wave to their parents, and their parents are so proud as they leave in a beautiful uniform, and a week later they get their head blown off by a drone. New form of military. It's a whole new form of fighting. So I would just like to thank the people that are behind me. Thank you very much. You've done a fantastic job. I appreciate it very much. We're doing a real job, and I'm so proud of DC. I passed it 2 days ago, and all the garbage is off the streets. It's terrible. I came in a month and a half ago. I'm driving down and I see garbage.
MOS
all over.
Mosaic
The streets were a
spiking here.
pigsty.
Michael Oscar Sandy,
I won't use
MOS.
the city's names, but you know what I'm talking about. There are plenty of them
3401 at the high.
outside of this country and inside of this country. Baltimore is a horrible deathbed. It's a deathbed.
Remember seeing some action in MOS,
Said,
also
he wants to take a walk with me.
volume
He
pop
meant it in a derogatory
in
tone.
CF
No,
as
no.
well.
I'm
That's on
just saying,
MOS,
clean up your
CF.
crime and I'll walk with you. But it's tremendous crime. But he was trying to be derogatory. He doesn't have what it takes. But he's trying to be derogatory. And I met him at the Army-Navy game. They said, "Oh, there's Governor Moore. He'd love to see you." He came over to me. He hugged me. Shook my hand. You were there. He said, "Sir, you're the greatest."
Is there some kind of no war
Really nice
stoppage talk
I'd love you to
from
say it
somebody?
publicly,
The
but
potash
I don't
stock
think you
seeing
can do it
increasing
for us.
activity.
No, sir, you're doing a fantastic
NTR,
job.
MOS,
Just
CF.
shake your hand. Thank you very much, Governor. That was it. And then every time I see him on television, he's knocking the hell out of
Somebody
me.
said
So
something.
That's all right. That's called politics. But Governor Moore's he's doing a bad job. Newsom's doing a bad job. All of their potential candidates are doing a bad job. I can't
Oh,
imagine.
USGS
even a candidate but somebody said
proposes.
he is.
I don't know why I just typed that.
Can't do the job.
USGS proposes potash as critical mineral.
Talk that USGS is going to have potash as critical minerals to categorize.
Secretary of Defense can weigh into, is the Pentagon preparing for military deployment to Chicago? And with what you said there, are you waiting for the governor?
We're ready to go anywhere. We have a full complement
Mosaic
of
shares popping as
great
the
human
U.S.
beings.
Department of the Interior
We're
issued a
full.
geological
Our
survey
military is
affecting
full.
critical
We
minerals
were
involving
way empty,
critical
1
minerals.
year ago.
That's
Now we're
potash
full.
news.
That's,
USGS is out with
certain
proposals
stocks right now,
on
MOS.
potash.
And we're doing
Mosaic.
a lot to interdict to stop drugs from coming in too.
MP
We have ships
MP
out on
Materials
sea.
also at the
You know,
highs
nobody
now.
coming through our border anymore. Nobody.
Well, it's full list by the USGS proposal has been posted in the high base squad chat room.
You know, killers, murderers. We had 11,888 murderers come in, led in by the Biden administration. Many of them have been captured, but we still have a couple of thousand that are out there. Some of them, 50% of them killed more than one person. Okay, but a lot of them have been captured. What they've done to our country, these people that circle this moron that we had behind this desk, what they've done to our country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. I mean, if you think so much of our time is devoted to correcting a problem that all they had to do is say close the borders. Remember when he said, well, I have no power to close the border. I have to go back and get an act from Congress. I didn't get an act from Congress. I came in, I said, close the borders. And Tom Homan, who's not here, has been fantastic, Christy, right? Tom Homan is great. He's a fantastic man and respected by everybody. But I said, Tom, close the
Copper
borders.
stocks also
Christy,
seeing
close
increased
the
activity.
borders.
FCX,
The borders were
Foxtrot,
closed.
Charlie
We didn't go to
X-Ray on
Congress.
proposal
Permission.
to have
Just
copper
close the
among
borders.
critical minerals.
And in the last 3 months, hard to believe this one too, in the last 3 months we've had 0 people come into our country illegally through the southern border. Nobody would have said that's possible. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, MS-13 gangbanger and human trafficker Kilmar Abrego Garcia turned himself into ICE in Baltimore. Do you have any comment on this? And why are the Democrats so emotionally attached to this man who beats his wife and is part of a terrorist organization?
Because they think he's going to be good for votes, and I think he's very bad for votes. These people are deranged. He's not good for votes. He beat the hell out of his wife. His wife is afraid to even talk about him. She's been mauled by this animal. And, through a system of liberal courts, he's doing things. But, we have that under control. And Pam has got that very much under control. Do you want to comment on it?
No, we've got him under control. He will no longer terrorize our country. He's currently charged with human smuggling, including children. The guy needs to be in prison. He doesn't need to be on the streets.
I know about you coal-related stocks as well.
As part of this operation here in
USGS
DC,
is
we've also
intending
taken
to
off
analyze whether
MS-13
coal should be
members.
included
We've
in the
taken,
critical
I think, just
minerals
last
list.
night,
Just a
we got
BTU
TDA
seeing
guy
increased
off
activity.
our
Bravo
streets
Tango
right here,
uniform.
right around from where we all work.
Coal,
Another
huh?
TDA member because of this project. So we're going to keep Congratulations.
Come on, give us a pop.
Dean Abrego Garcia.
Everybody else pop 1%, 2%, 4%. Give us a pop.
When did this happen?
This happened overnight, today.
I didn't know.
Any reaction to this?
Well, I'm not happy about it. I don't want to see it. At the same time, we have to end that whole nightmare. I'm the one that got the hostages out. I got them out. All of them. Steve Witkoff has been amazing. He's done a great job. But I'm the one that got them all out through my people and through me. And now we're...
Continued commentary, USGS also intends to explore whether uranium should be included on the critical minerals list. That coming from the release from the USGS.
Final 10 or 20, these people aren't going to release them because they're dead after they release them. So it's a nasty situation. Very nasty, horrible thing.
Mr.
Yes.
President, could you please elaborate on your post on South Korea? What were you referring to?
Well, I heard that there were raids on churches over the last few days, very vicious raids on churches by the
They're nothing.
government in South Korea. That they even went into our military base and got information. They probably shouldn't have done that, but I heard bad things. I don't know if it's true or not. I'll be finding out. As you know, your new president's coming in just a couple of hours coming here. I look forward to meeting him. But we won't stand for that. We just won't stand for that.
Are you prepared to order National Guard troops, though, into American cities if those governors don't request the federal deployment?
I am, but I also think that, look, Chicago, everybody knows how bad it is. Everybody standing there knows. We know. You don't have to be doing any studies. They should be saying, please come in. Pritzker should be saying that. You know, I did a favor for Christy Whitmer. A good favor, I think, with the fish, the carp, the China carp. Did you ever hear of it? China carp. And it's taken over your Great Lakes. You know about that, right? And she came and she wanted to know if it's possible for us to do something about it. And I said, well, I'll do. But I think it's appropriate that the person from Illinois, the governor from Illinois, asks also. It's a tremendously expensive project, actually. It's invasive. It's horrible what's happened, and we can
For
do
crying
it
out loud.
with GSA and
Hold
those
up.
people. But we can do it.
Hold a freaking move, man. What is this thing?
Okay, we're going to have to see what happens. But the governor of Michigan came.
Gosh.
Was very respectful. Asked for it. She's done a good job. I did that. I opened the Air Force Base. Kept it open for F-35s and various
That's disgusting.
F-22s too. I did that for the state of Michigan at her request, and I will. And also at our congressmen. We have congressmen that are unbelievably pro-Michigan up there. But some of this stuff, like the lakes, the Great Lakes, this is a big problem that nobody ever talks about. Most of you probably have never heard of. We have a pretty violent fish that comes from China.
On SWI, seeing a little volume pop, Form 4 instead of purchase. Director purchasing $5,008.24 for a total of $41,000. SWIM.
It's very expensive. And I didn't get a request from the governor of Illinois, who is affected maybe more than anybody else, right? And I think until I get that request from that guy, I'm not going to do anything about it. And I feel the same way about crime. We go in, we will solve Chicago within 1 week, maybe less, but within 1 week we will have no crime in Chicago, just like we have no crime in D.C. But, I don't like to go in and do it and then have somebody stand up and say...
Members watching the strength in the U.S. dollar continuing, now at highs.
We don't want the military. Do you understand? Do you understand that?
Yeah, these governors will say...
So I don't know. So we're going to have a little meeting. I think, I feel like we go in and we do it, like here. To a lesser extent,
open high day.
She hasn't been terrible, but she hasn't been, exactly saying, oh, great. She did say last night, I heard her say that, well, we really don't want the military in D.C. Well, that's, not very nice, I guess. That's a little bit of a hit. But she's not as bad as some. We saved Los Angeles, and all we did is get criticized by this idiot that's running the state into the ground, right, where people are leaving. He should be thanking us, and he should be requesting us to be there. And the governor
You're up 866% on open?
unfortunately,
Yeah.
would you do us the honor of cleaning up our city? We need help. They need help. They need help.
But without that request,
We may wait. We may or may not. We may just go in and do it. Which is
Chicago's ranked
what we should do.
83rd.
The problem
What?
is, it's not nice when you go in and do it, and somebody else is standing there saying, as we give great results, say, we don't want the military. They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help. Just look at the crime statistics. Look at the statistics that JD said about, even I didn't know it was that bad. That's terrible. But all I know is we're being celebrated because we went an entire week. Now it's 11 days. We went an entire week without a murder. And I said, boy, that sounds terrible. I didn't know how to, I actually made a speech. I didn't know how to say it because it's a great number. It's a great thing. But it sounds so bad. I mean, supposing you're from a foreign country which is properly run and they don't have murders and things, right, so much, or in some cases virtually at all. And you have somebody saying, I'm proud to announce that nobody was murdered in the capital of the United States this week. It sounds terrible, but...
Mr. President, Gavin Newsom, you mentioned Gavin Newsom on crime.
Gavin Newsom, yes.
Is there a federal mechanism you're hoping to use to fight back against his redistricting constitutional amendment, or is that...
Well, I think I'm going to be filing a lawsuit pretty soon, and I think we're going to be very successful in it. We're going to be filing it through the Department of Justice. That's going to happen. And we're also going to be filing a lawsuit on blue slipping. You know, blue slips make it impossible for me as president to appoint a judge or a U.S. attorney because they have a gentleman's agreement. It's nothing memorialized. It's a gentleman's agreement that's about 100 years old.
So that was a cuck and go for all those that don't know why I took that trade. You had this kind of a blowout bottom, trap the shorts, dump the bulls, and then shoot it through the resistance level. It's a cuck, candle under candle, and go.
Unbelievable people. Now, Jay Clayton was just approved in the Southern District, but he was so good. He was a top student, top schools, top everything, went to Sullivan and Cromwell, became the head of Sullivan and Cromwell, came down here, was Securities and Exchange Commission, ran it for 4 years during my term, impeccably, beautiful job. He did an incredible job. And we went to court, and the judges, Democrat judges, voted that he can, that's the only way you get by it. But generally speaking, you can't do that because you'll have judges from the other party. So Jay Clayton,
see if this level gets bought up.
and he's in, but he didn't get approved by the senators. He got approved by the court system in New York, which was a great thing. And I had a big victory in New York, I might add. I saved myself $500 million with a fake, corrupt attorney general, a really corrupt person with a corrupt judge who's disgraceful, and they're being mauled right now by everybody. It's so corrupt, and it kept business out of New York. Stuff like that, but the appellate division.
Breakouts really aren't working. You get the price compression play does work, but breakouts don't work right now. They're very sloppy. Trying to buy the bid, buy supports. I'm trying. Not meaning I won't try a breakout here or there, but trying to be better at buying supports. Nick this weekend walking me through his trading style and stuff. I'm just trying to soak it in.
Or maybe weak Republicans, but we don't want that.
I suck at it so bad. I gotta get better because I'm great when the momentum's there. That's my bread and butter. But when it's not, I struggle.
And this is based on an old custom. It's not based on law, and I think it's unconstitutional. And I'll probably be filing a suit on that pretty soon. Yeah, please.
During the campaign, you called Kamala Harris a communist, but the Biden-Harris administration, they never called for nationalizing a private company with the federal government like you're proposing.
Oh, good question.
What do you say to some who say this is a bit hypocritical? And is this the new way of doing industrial policy?
Yeah, sure it is. I want to try and get as much as I can. If people come in and they need something, as an example, as a real estate person, if I have an agreement and I have any form of a stopgap where I can stop somebody from doing something, right? I have a covenant in an agreement. and they come to me and they say, would like you to...
Trump on U.S. Stakes and Companies says, I want to try to get as much as I can.
If I do that, they usually have to pay. Now, in the case of Intel, it was interesting, but I hope I'm going to have many more cases like it. Intel came in. I met with the gentleman. I had a lot of respect for him. He came in under a little bit of a cloud. I liked his story. I thought he was good. I think he really means to do a good job with Intel. I said, I'd like to ask whether or not you'd give the United, because the story, a lot of people said I invested in Intel. I didn't invest, but I invest my heart in it and my soul because I want the country to be strong. But I said, I'd like you to give 10% of Intel to the United States of America. Not to me, to the United States of America. And I said, if you have them as a partner, you have the United States as a partner, I think that would be a very good thing for Intel. And he thought about it, a little bit different, and he said, I like that idea very much. We have a deal. And I just made $10 billion or $11 billion for the United States of America. And yeah, there will be other
It's another
cases
cuck
where I
and
have
go
that
there.
opportunity again, I would
Candle
do it.
under candle fell,
And,
boom.
you do have stupid people say, oh, that's a shame. It's not a
I
shame.
had day incoming.
It's called business. If somebody's willing to give you 10% of a company and you're not paying for it, and I will tell you, with a company like Intel, as you know, it's had difficulty. I want them to do well. I want them to do well anyway, but I want them to do well in particular then.
But isn't public ownership of a private company a new way of doing business in the business of the United States? Isn't that what you were
So
sort
are
of
tariffs.
projecting?
So are tariffs. So, as you know, the stock market went up almost 1,000 points on Friday. And it went up not because of this very, I think, terrible, hello, who is that back there? Get out of the room. It went up because of something much different. It went up because it was announced, CBO announced the numbers, and as you know, they gave no credit to tariffs. They said they made a mistake, that the trade deficit will be reduced because of Trump's tariffs, will be reduced by $4 trillion, right? Is that what they said, right? They said $4 trillion, and the market went up like a rocket ship because the tariffs are good. Well, tariffs aren't that usual. If the 7 wars I stopped, 4 of them were because of the fact that I had tariffs and trade. And I was able to say, well, if you do this, if you go fight and you want to kill everybody, that's okay. But I'm going to charge you each 100% tariff when you trade with us. You know what? They all gave up. I stopped 7 wars. Numerous of them was because of tariffs. So, you know, you never knew the word tariff. It didn't exist really, essentially, in this country until actually in the 1870s up till 1913 it existed. And we were the richest country. We were richer then, proportionately, than at any time in the history of our country. And then, stupidly, in 1913, they said, let's go to the income tax way of life. Let the people pay instead of foreign countries. No. We're taking in trillions of dollars in tariffs, and we're stopping wars because of tariffs. So that's not so normal either. But you know what? Other countries did it to us, and now we're doing it to other countries.
You ruled out boots on the ground in Ukraine, but how would air support as part of a security guarantee be any different? Those U.S.
Well, you really went from one question to the next. You go from one. I expected he'd at least challenge you. Now we're talking about boots on the ground.
But U.S. air assets over the skies of Ukraine as part of a security guarantee, wouldn't those U.S. airmen also be in danger?
You don't know what security guarantee is because we haven't even discussed the specifics of it, and we'll see. Number one, Europe is going to give them significant security guarantees, and they should because they're right there. But we'll be involved from the standpoint of backup. We're going to help them. And I think if we get a deal, and I think we will, but if we get a deal, you're not going to. I don't believe you're going to have much of a problem. But we'll back it up because I want to stop seeing people being killed. You know, when Biden was here, he gave $350 billion. You know this from covering business. $350 billion to Ukraine. I said that Zelensky's the greatest salesman I think I've ever met, better than P.T. Barnum, because he'd come to the country, he'd walk out with $50 billion every time. He actually came here once, he walked out with $100 billion. We're up to $350 billion. I got $1 trillion worth of rare earth that we have from the country because I felt badly for our taxpayer. But I did something else at the NATO meeting. They are wealthy countries, but they weren't paying, and we don't pay any money to Ukraine anymore. Do you know that? In fact, it's the opposite. They request through NATO. We deal with NATO. We don't deal really with Ukraine. NATO requests missiles. They want Patriots. They want missiles. We give the missiles to NATO. NATO pays us in full and does what they want. I mean, I think they give them mostly they can do other things with them too because we're dealing with NATO. We pay no money to Ukraine. We gave $350 billion to Ukraine. You know, if we didn't give that kind of money, and I was the one that gave the javelins, if you remember. I gave the javelins. They were very effective. They say Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. They were very effective with those tanks right at the beginning. But you would have never had a war if I were president. You would have never had a war. Just to finish, we spend no money on Ukraine anymore. We were getting fleeced by a president that didn't know what he was doing. To be honest, I don't blame Ukraine. I mean, if they come and ask for $100 billion, then they get it. But we were in for $350 billion. Now, we make money. I don't want to make money on Ukraine. I want the war to end because I want to save all those lives. I want to just save. But just so you understand, we're no longer losing money on that thing. We were losing money hand over fist. And now we don't lose any money. Now we sell weapons to NATO. Because NATO agreed, because of me, to go to 5%, they had 2% and didn't pay. Now they have 5% and they're all paid up. So they have trillions of dollars and they give us that money. But I really want the war to end, and we're going to get it ended.
Mr. President, everyone views this as a historic summit here with Ukrainian President Zelensky and European leaders all met here with you at the White House. You said you wanted to get this done bilateral as soon as possible. Have you spoken to Putin since last Monday?
Yeah, I have.
What is your conversation? Or can you share?
Every conversation I have with him is a good conversation, and then unfortunately a bomb is loaded up into Kiev or someplace, and then I get very angry about it. I think we're going to get the war done. It's tough. I thought that would be, of the 7 that I settled, I thought that would be the easiest of the group. See, you never know what's going to happen. You know, war, strange things happen in war. The fact that he went to Alaska, our country, I think was a big statement that he wants to get it done. That was not easy for him to go to Alaska, you know, for him to come here. But the fact that he showed up on a very successful day, it was a very successful day for other things. Because, you know, we're also talking about missiles, nuclear. We're talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about limiting nuclear weapons. We'll get China into that. We have the most. Russia has the second most, and China has third, but China is way behind, but they'll catch us in 5 years. We would like to denuclearize. It's too much power, and we talked about that also. That's part of it, but we have to get the war over with.
On Baltimore, sir. Thank you. On Baltimore, you said that you are going to have to reconsider bridge funding. Is that contingent on Westmore cleaning up the streets?
No, we were very generous to him on a bridge. You know, a boat ran into a bridge and the bridge came down like I've never seen anything. The boat was it just shows you the mass of that boat, the power of that boat. You know, people were up on that bridge, painters. They were painting the bridge and they were watching it happen. And they thought they were very safe. They all died. They were painting the bridge, can you imagine? And they watched the boat. The engines were off. And they watched the boat. And the power of that boat, the mass of that boat, went right through that steel just like it was nothing. It's amazing. It's called mass. Mass is a big deal. But the mass of that boat, those people all died. But they thought they were totally safe. Two of them were eating their lunch. They were, you know, whatever. They were watching it. They could have gotten off. Somebody did a very good job. A police officer called
U.S. Commerce Department voiced $7.4 billion Biden-era semiconductor manufacturing research grant program.
With power. Get everybody off the bridge, close that. That guy should get a medal because he stopped the bridge. A lot of people would have died. A lot more people would have died. The ones that died were the workers on the bridge. And they thought there was no danger because, you know, it's a big steel bridge. And it came down like toothpicks. It was incredible to watch that. It was just, and they died. They all died. But that police officer again, the police do a great job. The police officer did an amazing job, and I heard the tapes. He would say, "Get everybody off." Most people wouldn't have said that. You know, when you see a thing like that, you assume it's going to, you know, tap the bridge and it's going to be rebuffed. The thing just came down. I've never seen anything like it. So he did a good job. In fact, I think we should get him in for a medal. The man that gave the warning, I listened to it. Everybody get off screaming. Everybody off. He had the sense to realize that this could be a catastrophe as opposed to a ship that because the engines weren't working. It was just floating. It's an amazing thing that a thing floating like that with no power just knocked it right down like it was nothing.
So
Let's do that. Let's give him a medal. I've been thinking about that.
Mr. President, do you plan to investigate Chris Christie?
Saying what?
Do you plan to investigate Chris Christie?
Look, Chris is a slob. Everybody knows it. I know Chris better than anybody in the room. I always felt he was guilty. But what he did is he took the George Washington Bridge, which is very serious. He closed down the George Washington Bridge. And you had medical people, you had ambulances caught up. This thing was closed down. And obviously he knew about it. But he blamed the young lady that worked for him and another person, and they got into a lot of trouble. She ultimately was, I don't know, exonerated, but she got out of it a little bit. But she went through hell. She was a young mother, nice person. I knew her a little bit. And another man went to jail, and Chris got off. And so when I listen to Chris speak his hate, I say, "Oh, what about the George Washington Bridge? You know, tell me about the George Washington Bridge." He blamed other people, but he knew all about it. So no, I don't know if they want to look at it. It's not for me. If they want to look at it, they can. You can ask Pam. I think we have other things to do, but I always thought he got away with murder.
Mr. President, you plan to make an endorsement in the Texas Senate race between Ken Paxton and John Cornyn?
Well, I'll make up my mind. I like them both. The worst situation I have is when I have two people that I get along with well. I hate it. And they all want
MCVT City
almost,
announced corporate rebrand to SUI Group Holdings
people I endorse win. It's a great honor.
to advance
And I got,
SUI
as
Treasury
you know,
strategy. Michael Charlie
I got
Victor
the largest
Tango.
vote in the history of Texas by far. Nobody's ever gotten more votes in the last election. I think in all the elections, the 3 elections. But they like me in Texas. So people are waiting for me. But I'd rather not comment on it right now. I like both
Reuters reported healthcare entrepreneur
friends
Ron
of mine. And they're both
Zwanziger
good and
threatens
very different.
adversarial path for Orchestra Technologies after company rebuffs takeover bid. That according to a Reuters report.
Well, I don't want to do cutting. I want to save all the different things. I'm going to cut things
What is
that
this?
are necessary. But
No gag reflex.
That's OSUR.
my word, we're
Crying
not
out
going
loud.
to hurt anybody on Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security. And in fact, we're doing great on Social Security. We found 300,000 illegals on Social Security. We got them out. And, things like that make Social Security very, very strong. So, no, I am very big into certain things, and one of those 3, you could say 3 of those things are Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. We're going to protect it. And so we'll see how everything works out. If we're talking
HD trying to break
decisions
range a little bit here, a little VWAP test.
I'm always open to cost cutting. If we can cost cut, I like it, but nothing's going to happen.
Diagonal
to
break.
medical. We have something coming up, favored nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,500% where a pill that sells in Germany for $10 costs $150 here because of the bad price. And I was all set to do it.
That math ain't
COVID
mathin', is
come
it?
up, and I had to focus on that because we had the greatest economy in history my first term. I will tell you that we are going to be doing numbers on the cost of drugs in this country that I'm not talking about a 20% decrease, which would be great. I'm talking about 1,000%.
UA Under Armour
We're
getting a
talking
pop
about,
here on volume, uniform
where
alpha.
A product would sell for $80 in Germany and $1,300 here. We're not going to do that. We were subsidizing the entire world, and we're not doing it anymore. I informed the drug companies. I informed the world. And if the world wants to, if countries in the world don't want to go along, then I'm going to put tariffs on those countries, and we'll make more money. But they have to go along with it. So this is moving along rapidly. Dr. Oz is in charge, Bobby's group, and they're doing very well. And we're getting great cooperation from the drug, because the drug companies know it's unfair. For years they'd say, well, we had to do research, and we had to do. I said, I don't care. You had to do research for these other countries also. They are ready to go, and I'm ready to go. And you know, if I pull that off, there's no way a Republican will lose an election. There's no way. All right, one more question. Steve, what's this guy? He's the nicest guy I know, and he asks the most vicious questions.
Why do you think President Putin is so reluctant to meet with President Zelensky?
Because he doesn't like him. He doesn't like him. You know, they don't like. I have people I don't like. I don't like to meet with them. Sometimes I do like to meet with people I don't like.
So how do you even
They don't like. No, they don't like each other really. And
Trump says he will be
we had a
reducing
real
drug
president
prices by
instead of a candidate,
1,400 to
I know,
1,500%.
if we had a real president, that war would have never happened. Putin actually said, he said, if Trump were president, it wouldn't have happened. Happened for a lot of reasons. Happened because of Afghanistan. When he saw how incompetent Milley was and all these guys were, I think he said, wow, this might be, because it was the apple of his eye. It would have never happened if I were president.
Mr. President, you have built relationship with Russian leaders and also North Korean leaders. As they are getting closer, how would that affect your diplomatic approach?
We'll have very good relationships with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. I mean,
That's right, Vega. Get ready, baby.
it's good.
Get ready for your payday, Vega.
He was very good with me. We had 2 meetings. We had 2 summits. We got along great. I know him better than you do.
Shut up, Salt Life.
Almost. Other than his sister. His sister knows him pretty well. No, I know him well, and I got along with him. You know, I'm not supposed to say I really like him a lot, because if I do that, I get killed in the fake news media. But I got along with him very well, and we had no problem. If at the time Hillary Clinton won the election, you would have had a nuclear war. You would have had a nuclear war. We're not going to have a nuclear war. Once that happens, it's over. We're not going to have a nuclear war. No, but Kim Jong-un will meet at some point. I look forward to it, actually. But you notice that since I came into office, you haven't had a problem with him. Hasn't been, you know, he tests lots of rockets. He does have great capability, I will say that. But I think a lot of good things are happening for our country. A lot of really good things. And
Open, trying to go again.
Today to talk about is crime, and specifically in D.C. I am so proud of what these people, every one of them, what they've done in D.C. because to literally stop crime on a button. I'd walk down that street right now. If I were friends of mine are going out to dinner now. They haven't gone out to dinner in 4 years. They were petrified. Half the restaurants closed because nobody could go because they're afraid to go outside. Now those restaurants are open and new restaurants are opening up. It's like a boom town. It's a great thing to see, and I'm very proud of the people behind me. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, we got a video to watch. This one Nick recommended. This is looking inside the China pump scam. Sorry, I didn't realize I turned the volume off.
Hyperinflated. China liberals. In 2020, a company called China Liberal Education IPO'd on the Nasdaq. Based in Beijing, China, the company provides education services, including academic programs, overseas study consulting services, and consulting services to universities. In 2020, the company generated $5 million of revenue and an operating profit of $1.4 million. By 2023, revenue declined to $2.9 million, and they reported an operating loss of almost $1 million. To fund their operating losses, they relied on dilutive equity issuance, with their number of shares outstanding increasing almost tenfold between 2020 and 2023. As the share count hyperinflated, China Liberal's stock price declined precipitously. They were obliged to conduct multiple reverse stock splits to keep their share price above $1 as required by Nasdaq listing rules. This chart shows the price adjusted for the reverse stock splits. At the IPO, the price was $6 per share, which turns into $80,000 after adjusting for stock splits. In April 2025, they announced that they were unable to publish their financial statements. Shortly thereafter, their shares were delisted from the Nasdaq, and the company appears to have ceased operations. However, if you look at the chart, you'll notice something unusual. By the end of 2024, it was obvious that the company had completely failed, and the share price had fallen to just a few cents. But then, in January of 2025, there was a massive surge in trading volume. On January 22nd alone, there was more than $761 million worth of volume. So why were there so many trades on a penny stock already on the brink of bankruptcy? As it turns out, China Liberal was a tool of an international market manipulation scheme, which swindled hundreds of millions of dollars from unwitting retail investors. As of December 20th, 2024, China Liberal had 279 million shares outstanding, and the share price was 17 cents, giving the company a market capitalization of $46 million. On December 23rd, they entered into a private placement with certain individual investors. The investors purchased 160 million new shares at a price of 13 cents each, so in total they paid about $21 million. This brought the number of shares outstanding up to 439 million. In addition to receiving these shares, the investors also received warrants to purchase up to 3.6 billion new shares at a price of 4 cents each. The investors consisted of 7 individuals who resided in Malaysia and Taiwan. From here on out, we will refer to these 7 individuals collectively as the Pump and Dump team. On December 24, 2024, China Liberal conducted a 1-for-15 reverse stock split. This reduced the number of shares outstanding by a factor of 15. So as of December 24th, the company now had 29 million shares outstanding. The warrants were also adjusted from 3.6 billion to 240 million, and the exercise price was adjusted to 60 cents. On that day, the stock price closed at $2.70, giving the company a market capitalization of $79 million. At this point, the 240 million warrants had not yet been exercised, so were not included in the market cap. On December 31st, 2024, China Liberal agreed to convert the warrants into 240 million common shares. Remember that the exercise price of the warrants was 60 cents per share, so the Pump and Dump team should have had to pay $144 million to China Liberal to exercise them. However, due to some technicalities in the terms of the warrants, it was done as a cashless exercise, so they got the shares for free.
Oh my god.
After this warrant conversion, the number of outstanding shares ballooned from 29 million to 269 million. Of the 269 million shares outstanding, 250.7 million, or approximately 93% of them were owned by the Pump and Dump team. They only had to pay $21 million to obtain these shares because they got the warrants for free. On December 31st, 2024, China Liberal stock price closed at $4.34, which technically gave the company a market capitalization of $1.2 billion. However, China Liberal failed to publish an updated capitalization table showing the new number of outstanding shares. Many retail investors rely on online services like Google Finance and Yahoo Finance to analyze stocks. These platforms only update the market cap when the company publishes a new capitalization table. So many retail investors were unaware that the share count and market capitalization had increased almost tenfold. The Pump and Dump team had accumulated hundreds of millions of shares of China Liberal, which were worth close to $1 billion on paper. But if they tried to dump their shares, they would tank the price and not even realize that much profit. They needed to run a stock promotion campaign. Since at least September of 2024, the Pump and Dump team started running advertisements on social media platforms including Facebook and Instagram. Individuals who clicked on the advertisements were directed to private WhatsApp groups led by individuals purporting to be successful US-based investment advisors. They claimed to be well-connected investment professionals who had access to profitable insider information. Here are some examples of the WhatsApp groups run by the Pump and Dump team. They purport to be premium investment research groups who will give soaring stock recommendations. They say they usually charge money for their advice, but offer a free trial of either 3 months or 100 days.
NVDA, NVIDIA more highs now. NVIDIA shares up more than 2%, 181, 91 the high on NVIDIA.
More credible. If someone really had valuable stock picking advice, why would they give it away for free? To understand exactly how these schemes work, let's look at the experience of a Reddit user who got sucked into one of these WhatsApp groups. This was posted on r/Vampire Stocks, a subreddit dedicated to exposing Pump and Dump schemes. The Reddit user explains, "Back in November, I was on Instagram when I clicked on a clip with free stock tips from Tom Lee, an experienced leader in the field who offered for me to join his WhatsApp group. It felt like a privilege to be invited into the group." Tom Lee is an investment strategist who frequently appears on CNBC as a talking head. Tom Lee, has no involvement in the China Liberal pump and dump. The pump and dump team just took a video clip of him and made an Instagram ad. They tricked people into thinking that they would get investment advice from Tom Lee. But then it was this Freestone Grove team run by Todd Barker. So he clicks on an Instagram ad showing Tom Lee, but it takes him to a WhatsApp group called Freestone Grove, run by a guy called Todd Barker. Todd Barker is a fake name. Subsequent tracking of the IP addresses indicate that most of these WhatsApp groups are being operated from China. At first I felt a bit apprehensive, but then Todd was sending daily market insights that clearly aligned with what was happening in the US markets, so I thought it was legit. Amanda Nelson was the assistant for the group and started me off with a few solid short-term stock picks, and I made some money, so I was hooked. She answered all of my questions, doubts, and fears, so I felt compelled, and slowly the psychological manipulation took hold. I questioned my own sense of naivety, and then brushed it off when the trade was doing well. So between the group chats and Amanda's advice, things were going well, and they were ramping up for the VIP Angel 6 investment in January. That's when on Wednesday I put all of my cards in, sold all of my losing positions, and put everything into CLEU. CLEU is the ticker symbol for China Liberal Education, so we can see how the scheme works. They don't just immediately tell you to buy shares of China Liberal. They spend the first few weeks giving you legitimate stock recommendations. When I say legitimate stock recommendations, I don't mean that these recommendations are any good, but they'll recommend some normal stocks, not pump and dumps. In this way, they build your trust. Once they have your trust, they'll tell you they found a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity that will achieve huge profits with no risk. In this case, they called it the VIP Angel 6 investment. Of course, this investment idea is to buy shares of China Liberal. These WhatsApp groups claim to have access to confidential insider information. They posted what appears to be a slide from an investor presentation. The presentation talks about a company called Stride Inc., which was purportedly planning to acquire China Liberal. China Liberal's share price is expected to rise somewhere in the range of $22 and $28 after the acquisition is announced. Stride Inc. is indeed a real company. It's a for-profit online education company based in the US. However, they never had any plans to acquire China Liberal. This was a complete fabrication. Now let's go back to that Reddit user. That's when on Wednesday I put all of my cards in, sold all my losing positions, and put everything into CLEU. It went up to 46%, and they were convincing everyone. I thought everything was great, and then for whatever reason on Tuesday I thought I'd just Google CLEU. That's when I stumbled upon this thread, read all the subthreads, and confirmed that everything I experienced was exactly the same. The pump and dump. I made a significant profit, so got out at 3:30 p.m. yesterday, right before they dumped it overnight. I got a message from Amanda this morning that there was some kind of oscillation that occurred, and she wanted me to send another screenshot of my current holdings. Obviously, I sold everything, so I told her I was really upset and I refused to send her anything so she couldn't confirm my stake. There are a couple of things to take note of. The WhatsApp group instructed its members to sell all their other stocks and put everything into China Liberal. They also asked their members to provide screenshots from their brokerage accounts to confirm that they've indeed done this. This is a psychological pressure tactic. To avoid confrontation, a member may just say that they've complied, even if they haven't actually done so. Demanding a screenshot is a means of enforcing compliance. The pump and dump team also gave specific instructions for limit buy orders. For example, on January 23rd, China Liberal's share price was $6.50. The pump and dump WhatsApp group instructed its members to place limit buy orders at $6.20, which was slightly below the current share price. And they asked all of their members to take screenshots so as to confirm that they've placed these limit orders. Only after the limit buy orders are confirmed, the pump and dump team will start dumping their shares, knowing that there are a large number of buy orders to soak up the dump. Through these WhatsApp groups, the pump and dump team was able to pump China Liberal's share price up to almost $8. Throughout this period, they are gradually dumping their own shares. On January 27, 2025, China Liberal finally filed an SEC form with an updated capitalization table showing that the share count had ballooned almost 10 times, from 29 million to 269 million. Over the next couple days, Google Finance and Yahoo Finance updated the reported share count and market cap for the company. Once retail investors became aware of the extreme level of dilution, the share price collapsed. On January 30th, it fell 98% from $7.75 to just 15 cents. This was the end of the pump and dump. By this point, the pump and dump team had generated $214 million of gross proceeds from the share sales. Remember that they had acquired all of their shares for just $21 million. So this scheme was massively profitable for them. This money came from the retail investors who were tricked by the WhatsApp groups. Many of whom lost their entire account balance.
This week on USAR.
The pump and dump team was a large and sophisticated operation. While China Liberal is based in China, the members of the Pump and Dump team mostly resided in Malaysia, except for a couple of them who resided in Taiwan. Many of the WhatsApp groups had their IP addresses traced to China. This indicates that the Pump and Dump team outsourced the stock promotion to criminal organizations in China. Almost immediately after the dump, some of the victims reported the situation to the FBI. The FBI was able to freeze the $214 million of ill-gotten gains, which were held in US-based brokerage accounts controlled by the Pump and Dump team. Hopefully, these funds will be returned to the victims. 7 individuals were indicted in connection with the Pump and Dump scheme, but given that they live abroad, the chances of them ever being arrested seems pretty remote. Alright guys, that wraps it up for this video. What do you think about China liberal education? Let us know in the comments section below. As always, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Wall Street.
So that's pretty crazy. Watching the 72 level on Fig. I had this marked. Kind of see it down here. Sorry, wrong spot. Right here. Pretty solid support area on the 1 hour. So maybe a break and reclaim. Damn, that's quite the gap up on that INHD. That's wild that they were able to exchange those warrants for free. It's freaking wild. And I wasn't paying attention. Main thing I took away is the stocks are never low float. They have millions of shares to dump during the pump. Play the filing as shown as shares. Well, I didn't. The part I didn't realize is there was actual retail buying. Like I've never seen any of the messages of, hey, come join this whatever WhatsApp group, blah 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 blah. That part I completely wasn't aware of. Puts or calls on Lightning next season. Well, we didn't do anything to upgrade really. So, I mean, they're going to have a great season, but are we going to get past the Panthers? Not in our current form. You've had people ask? What? Oh, there it goes. Is this really going to bust through 4? We have yet to see a second halt up on any of these. It's like, good for you if you get the gap, but it's like we haven't seen that second push, and it would be nice to see one, just one. It's over the 200. This is kind of where you get your crazy levels from. If it can hold that 3, call it 380. Okay. Open high day. Russ, 55. Let's go, buddy.
Musical notes, buddy, you're a trade man. Fills in the van. Gonna click fast, but you never get a damn. Bad fills. Lags. All over the place. E-Trade Pro's a joke. Straight up disgrace. Singin', we will. Stop you. We will.
Oh
we
my
will.
gosh.
Drop you.
All right, I'm gonna give you props on that one. Open should hit $10. Jeez. Thar, what are you doing, bud? Thar may be getting a curl here, boys. NHD, 1 minute. Born, let's go. 2 months.
Newbie here looking to learn.
Love to have the newbies. We're here to help. Have any questions for me? Hit me up in the DMs. Always here to help. Free. I'd ask for a feet pick or two, but that's besides the point. Who was it that was asking me good questions over this weekend? I won't say his name because I don't know if it wants to be said. But good questions. About my cock. My 1 minute cock. I never got a response. Guac, those things, you consider those feet? That's why you didn't get a response. Disgusting human. Should be ashamed. That was you, Igloo? Igloo was asking about the 1 minute cock. Good questions about it. As always, freaking trip me up when your Discord name is different than your Twitch or YouTube name or Kick name. Where are we at on the day? Still $400? Hey. Oh, damn it!
Hard to believe I
Really
started
bad,
subbing
Phil.
when we hit the viewer reward.
Shut up. I wanted 401 and I got 407. Now I want to get a $4 flush. Yep, freaking called it. I wanted to sell at 407. 1 minute cock on this would be 11. All right. Maybe I can get out. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We're okay. We're okay. Damn it.
Cock on my green COC.
Okay. Fig broke all those levels, didn't it? Get a break of 70 and bounce now. Maybe. Look at the spreads on this. It's disgusting. INHD is still going. Wow. $475. Open. Back down to the support area. STAR need more time, it looks like. KLB selling off. Of course, I don't get filled on any of my freaking FIG. Damn it. See if it can reclaim that 72. That's low a day right there. Thor might try again. Can I look at the Weth news? They had news. This has pretty much been just a one pump chump kind of player for a long time. I don't see any news on it. Let me make a phone call. All right. Missed that break. Shut up, Seamus. with the Chiefs breakthrough in curved touch and optical bonding technology, full mass production up to 86 inches. China semi. Yeah, I have no idea. All I know is with stock has been on a nonstop trip to hell. That's it. That's the news. Occasionally it can be a fun trader, but $20 million salmon going by my door. Where do you live, Surf? Jeez. Fraser River. You act like I know where that is. South of Vancouver. Sounds like some good fishing. Good luck, my man. Catch a whopper. Hope you catch a whopper. Look at this. Look at this. Freaking A. Were you able to get any fills there, Nick? I was hoping for the crack of 70. I was positioned for the crack of 70. You got 70, 65. Damn. I wasn't willing to take that. I was looking for a crack of 70. I was all positioned there for it. Nope. Didn't get it. Why 70, 65? Where was... Is there a reason? I don't see an area. Just the first 1 minute cock? Pivot was 70-30. Roger. Damn it. TOS's pivots are so well, I didn't have the chart up either. Let me see if my pivots were lining up with TOS's. Because TOS's pivots are on point. Damn it, I had the right ones too. I just didn't have the chart up. Frickin' A. That was S3. Jeez. Freaking top ticket. This is like base hit territory, man. Jeez. Just base it, base it, base it. I can't wait for October. Bull. Down to the EMA here on the 5 is kind of what I'm playing. 1 minute pop is hopefully what I get. Make sure I'm reading this right. Yeah. One little pop. That's all I want. Just one little pop. There we go. That's what I want. That's it. That's it. When you see like the 1 minute cucks start to like lose their steam, it'll be better here in a second. So like from here to here, what? From here to here was 4 cents. From here to here, low to low, it's 3 cents. It's kind of losing its steam on the cucks. You can kind of guess your first cock is going to give you a decent bounce. And it did. Couple that with the 90 EMA 5 minute chart right there. It's a nice place for you to get a bounce. That was the play. Clip it and ship it. Actually, someone clipped that, so I'll post that. It's a good one. course it goes over $4. What is this SJ? I never watched it.
Marble extravaganza!
SAR back down to 8. Support area 780. Back D down.
I took a CSX, Charlie Sandy X. Hathaway is not in the market to buy a train company. That come from CNBC. Shares are seeing a spike in activity. CSX.
Berkshire Hathaway is not looking to buy a train company. Pretty sure that's what the headline was.
Which is NSC November Sandy Charlie activity new lows on that
Of course, I'm gonna
report
lose
from
money on this.
CNBC, NSC, and CSX.
Of course, I'm gonna lose money on this.
Members coming from
One of these news
CNBC,
outlets on
seeing a little
Friday because this
volatility
thing took
in
a poop.
CSX. Says Berkshire not in the market to buy a train company.
All right, I'll take it off.
What? What? Ah!
As soon as I cover! Mother! How much would I have made? It's $500 if it was right now. And E-Trade disconnects. What the hell? I switched tickers. Disconnect. I mean, my entry was $33.90 and went down to 40. It's $500. Call it $400 or $500. Shut up, Vega! See if it gets a 1 minute cuck. How much of this stock's price was baked in that Berkshire would buy another train company? Jeez. Fig reclaim of the 72. Damn it. Had that planned out, man. Just didn't execute. Didn't execute. Wow, Tesla.
CSX shares off the lows now after Warren Buffett telling Becky Quick of CNBC that he's not Berkshire is not in the market to buy a train company. That's Charlie Sandy X-ray now at 33.30, just off the lows, down about 3.75%. South Korea's Lee said hopes Trump would open a new way to peace on the Korean Peninsula. Trump said Putin and Zelensky should meet.
Kind of broke range here on this INHD.
Final trades on CNBC, GOGL, LMT, IXP, VLO.
Get over this 50, you got to run it high a day. I don't know if I'm going to get a film. Beta Chuck had it flows. So that would be the Benzinga link that you see spammed a lot, and the beta news add-on. He called it out.
Trump said, don't know that they'll meet regarding Putin and Zelensky. There could be consequences if they don't meet. Trump said he may be there for the meeting. OPAD, huh? Straight up. Jeez.
Did not expect that. This OPAD is just kicking ass. Starting to look like a little bit of a short if it doesn't go here. Jeez. Nah. Come on. Give me that 50. Oh. Blew it out. Come on. Big buyer. We need a bounce. Jeez. Trump says has to give us magnets, otherwise we give him 200% tariff on something. Breaking down. There are LiDAR, huh? Moving today? Not bad. A little slower, but not bad. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of grinding up on anticipation of that rescheduling, which I really don't think he's going to, like, decriminalize. I think he's just going to get rescheduled. Still going to be illegal, and it's going to be a sell the news event. That's my guess. The only thing that I could see him doing is him saying, we're going to work on giving it to the states to decide. I don't know. You got to remember, he doesn't drink alcohol, so therefore he's never done drugs. And I just don't see him being like, all right, let's legalize weed federally. So I think it'll still be, I think it's for sure rescheduling. And I do think he'll push alternative medicines, medical marijuana, psychedelics, whatever, for vets and stuff like that. So I do think, I don't know when that happens, but I think that would be something he would be for. Corrigan Mine has 600 calls expiring October 17th. $10 strike under MSOS. Whew. $10 on MSOS. Good luck. I mean, it could do it, but that's up there. RFK would be the correspondent. Yeah, and I think Trump listens to RFK on that stuff. Wow, there's that bounce right off that 323. No. Did you see Martin Shkreli had a kid? No. I didn't even know he had a girlfriend.
I'm pretty sure the peacock is Rosie O'Donnell. Do it, lady!
What? What? Huh. Damn, open on a freaking its own little waterfall here. And that's some support levels. What is this, 30? I'll take a pop shot here. Shitty fills. Alright. INHD coming back up. It's probably a diagonal through here. Yep. What's this level? 59. Test back down to 420. Big Harry, every one of my trades today have been dip buys. All of them. It's disgusting. I feel dirty. Sometimes when you're in the shitter, you got to eat shit. You know what I mean? Dirty or smart. I wish I had a buy on the bid button. That'd be very helpful. You know? It's that level I was looking for. Oof, not holding up. Oof. Kind of lower size here. Just because I'm not a huge fan of what I'm seeing. Thar reversing. Yeah. I'm gonna take the L on that one. Just don't like what I'm seeing. Yeah, open. Pretty nasty pullback. There it goes. Reclaim. Still struggling. How's the PEX been? Huh? Apex. Oh. I'm diamond. Just trying. Just climbing back up. New season, Oh shit, here we go. Oh, come on. Really bad fill. Jeez. What was this number? 59? Really strong resistance at 50. Taking some off. 59 broke. Didn't do anything. What? This is what I'm talking about where breakouts just don't work right now. Like, if I was in this, I'm selling that resistance. Just doesn't go. So you got to take the little freaking base hits. Time of day. Yeah, time of day might have something to do. I mean, you're still getting a million shares here, so it's not like the volume isn't there. What's this? How did this thing do last high day break? Oh, it halted up into it. Vero hitting the scanners. Huh? Oh, 450 retest. Let's see if it holds. Think it did. Oh, there it goes. $60 retest. There it is. Whoa, up to 90? There's 76 retest. Should have bought it, I feel like. Jeez, volume. Why is this moving? Fora? What was this halted for? What's the news on Fora? Big company private, $2.10 per share. Okay, it's under current price. Yeah, I just looked at GPRO. I don't know why it's moving. INHD. Fig might have a 5-minute that wants it. This thing's straight gooning here. What is this thing doing? Sup X is at $60. Okay. INHD has a W. Shut up, Vega. $30,000 calls. Jeez. How did I get Phil? It did go. I don't like it. Should have gone. I mean, dips immediately. I'm gonna take it off. It's not doing what I thought it would do. I mean, when do W's not work? Like, that's the disgusting state of the breakout markets right now. OPAD coming back up. You say now it could go? Probably, right? It's that 43. Come on. Jeez. Oh, shit, Phil, in that last one. Damn it. Do I think Tesla will retrace? I mean, like when? It's pretty. No time. I don't know. I mean, news can push it down for sure. Getting close to some big levels though. Look at the line. It's so disgusting. See it time. Wait, I was looking at the wrong thing, wasn't I? Damn. RNA got a VA contract, 86 million. For, I guess that's the flu vaccine. OPAD high day. This probably doesn't move much, but I was hoping for the break at maybe 26. Big pushing down. All right, I'm out. I didn't do shit. Literally 1 second. It didn't wait 1 freaking second. Why is Wall Street Bets pushing Coles? Okay. I have no idea.
Between the Cokes, AI sexy singing, and a pop with the hentai girl, I'd say this sub is def worth it.
Son of a bitch. Thank you, Teddy, for your 30 months. I'm glad you're entertained. Shut up, Seabus. This might flip. Let's try to hold this. Yeah, they're... We see this almost every single time. It's disgusting. Dude, that wasn't anything crazy volume leading into this. Like, this is why it's like buy the dip central right now, man. Thar, very interesting 5 minute. 5 minute. I thought that cucked. Oh no, it didn't. Disregard. Still interesting off the VWAP. Shut up, Phoenix. Few months ago. Oh yeah, that would have been halted up, man. Now it's just straight up no breakouts allowed. We are in no breakouts allowed situations. See us, and you say I'm 50 years old, and you say I'm 50 years old. Confirmed. Boomer. How old are you, Seabus? 44. I bet you most people that use that don't even know what it is. They use it interchangeably with laugh out loud, but they don't know why. Now everybody's racing to ChatGPT. Why is KEK a thing? Shizzin knows. It hit 94? Like where? Where did it hit 94? Freaking A. GoPro, yeah, it's very hot. And that guy that just bought those $2 calls or whatever it was is raking it in. $30,000 $2 calls. Pretty wild. Thumbs up there. Well, I thought that MACD was going to flip. Now I'm just getting cucked. Damn, Fig. HD. Look at that. 512. It actually hit 512 and then immediate down. Like zero ability to respond. Should you have TV back in your teens? Jeez. You born in the 70s or 80s? Jeez. You trying to turn on SJ? Chatter saying GoPro $6. Well, then we know it's not going to $6. It's an impressive move, though. I didn't even go pay attention to that. I don't have it all on my charts, but now I do. It's trying. It's trying. HD starting to spread its wings a little bit. GoPro 161. 1 minute cock worked nicely on that. Big buyer. Come on. Now go. Yeah. Yeah. 94. Yeah. 97. No. Well. Okay, greedy. And it goes. And then it goes. 5 seconds, boys. 5 freaking seconds. You can almost mark it down. Oh, SJ's out. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, go. Look at that. That's the move I was waiting on right there. I was in this trade for 7 minutes. If I waited 7 minutes and 5 seconds, go. Actually, no, it wouldn't, because it would have been, I would have sold 7 minutes, 5 seconds, and then it would have gone 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Shut up, Cosmo. Shut up, Nubius. Son of a bitch. What was that shit? Freaking flush out as soon as I get back in. Oh, he's in? Dump it 10. Dump it 10. $17. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. What did I freaking tell you? My throat is sore from screaming so much of the bullshit I deal with on a daily basis. Frando built. Let's go 2 months.
INHD.
I know. Why did that sound so weird? I know, man. This thing's juicing now. Are you killing it on that? Shut up, C-Bus. I know. For all of you. Yeah, I see you, Guac. I see you, Pipe. I see you. Cavitate. It's from that freaking options buy. Jug? What is this freaking clip? some reason, my throat gets stuck on cock. Dude, it's April. Calls $2 strike. I know. We talked about that, Cavitate. 30,000. Now it's 40,000. Someone else bought some, huh? It's a lot. Mr. Beardface, 6 months. Get that new badge, buddy. Damn, INHD.
Net ticker AUR Alpha Uniform Romeo and ticker NVIDIA. Note, Aurora now tweeting, we're proud to be early user Drive AGX. Or for Aurora hardware, we plan to deploy a meaningful scale in 2027. That's in a tweet from NVIDIA in regards to NVIDIA for AUR. AUR is seeing an increase of activity. To shows AUR seeing new highs on that tweet from the company on its partnership with NVIDIA. Alpha Uniform Romeo.
That is nasty. Jeez.
That's ticker Boeing BA. Boeing Union says no progress has been made in talks Monday to end the strike. Shows Boeing seen a bump in activity, new lows on that report.
Opens up. Whoa, jeez. That's quite the candle there. 10 million shares. Boeing news was no progress on stopping the strike. Didn't they just get a gigantic raise like 2 years ago or a year ago? What are they striking about now? OPAD trying to reverse maybe. It's quite the candle. No. Okay, I wanted 51. It's okay. Dear Brennan, I felt bad about the tires, but no longer. Dual cards 9070 XT PIA. Citrix saying I'm running in multiple locations. Endless driver issues. 1440 miles. We only go 1080. I didn't tell you to go freaking AMD. That's on you, Cheese. That's freaking on you. For those that don't know, and I have been hush about this because I'm such a good guy. Cheese's computer's on fire, and he's trying to go all updatey-datey on it, and he's just like, hasn't been in the computer building game in forever. He used to be an OG computer builder, hasn't done it in a hot minute. Homie's been air cooling his 14700. Okay, that's all I need to say. Okay, just decided to go AIO for the first time, and he's like, oh my gosh, how come you didn't tell me about this? Like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you were air cooling your stinking freaking 14700. Okay? Like, how am I supposed to know these things, Cheese? And that's on you, okay? Then he's just, I don't know why he's buying new graphics cards, but he is. And he's just buying pieces left and right, not asking me my opinion on anything. Just buying them. I'm like, well, okay, and then you're going to blame me for your poor purchases when you didn't even ask me. Like, I don't know what he's doing. But you know what I do know? He bought an AMD laptop. Oh, you haven't heard him shit on AMD recently, have you, boys and girls? He bought an AMD laptop. Oh, yeah. He did. Yeah. What's that, Cheese? I don't hear you. You're very quiet over there. Very quiet over there, Cheese. Cheese-erific. Encrypted messages. Yeah, I should. Jeez. No, I've told him, start a PC part picker. Start putting your pieces on paper. No, he's just like, oh, this one, buy. No rhyme or reason. I hope you're listening. You got to plan this shit out, man. You got to put the puzzle pieces out on the table. This is what you built? Let me see. Well, that's not a link. That's not a link. Oh, it is a link. Wait, what is this link? That's my link. What are you talking about? No. You can't. That's not how you sent the link. That's not how you send the link in PC Part Picker. You went to the wrong spot. On this page, you got to give people this link right here. I asked yesterday and buy whatever he tells me. There you go, Nick. Cheese gets like 1/10 of information from the interwebs, buys it immediately, and then tells me it's my fault that he bought it. That's how this discussion's going right now. All right, this is your proper link. Let me see what you got here, homie. Who is this? Jugshot. All right. 7800 X3D. Going the gamer route, looks like. Air cooling your CPU. Why? AIO. AIO. Strix Gaming Wi-Fi. Okay. G-Skill, 32 gigs, good. Just make sure you're always with memory. You want to go to your motherboard's website, look up your motherboard, and make sure that memory is supported. There's a list of it. Just make sure. What do we got here? 2 terabyte. 4, yeah, okay. Good price on it. AMD card. Case, never heard of it, but it's a case, so whatever. Gold 850. Is that enough for your... Okay, so you're going to have to update your BIOS. $850 modular power supply. Nice work. So did you already have these? Is that why you didn't put the prices in on them? AMD is not garbage. You suck a dick. You know you can manually put in the prices if you can't, if the link doesn't really work. Just click the little gear icon and you can go manual price.
2 old guys tried building a PC.
Oh my God.
After hours of confusion and a backwards motherboard, one grumbled, "Must be AMD's fault." The other nodded, "Yep, stands for another miserable day."
Oh my gosh, another miserable day. That's actually pretty good. What's that? You guys want to see my computer? All right. I mean, we'll look at it while we're here. You know what I mean? We'll look at it while we're here. We'll look at it while we're here. This is the one that I'm driving right now. AMD 9950X, 16-core, 32-thread processor. I need that for streaming and all the shit I do. IQ Titan 360, rad. Kingpin cooling thermal paste. MSI. Holy, hang on, OPAD. We're back to more important things. MSI X870E carbon Wi-Fi. This is my first MSI board. No complaints.
CHMI, Cherry Hill Mortgage, naming a new
I
CFO,
specifically had to
Cherry
pick
Hill
it because I needed it to look decent, because the case I have doesn't have the motherboard in the traditional orientation. It's got it flipped. So I had to make it look good.
CHMI.
Corsair Dominator titanium, sorry. 2 times 48, 96 gigs. Way more than I need. But you know what? It's a write-off.
Mexico City says
Spatium.
more room
PCIe 5.0
as reserve
M.2 4 terabyte.
Preferable for Fed to seek to meet lower long-run bank
If
demand.
you go
for
PCIe
reserves
5
rather than the higher
0
short-run demand.
on your storage,
Says
it has to be
responding to
cooled.
banks' increased
Has to
short-run
be
demand
cooled,
for
otherwise it will
reserves
thermal throttle.
Is a recipe for
A
every
lot of
spending
heat issues
central
with
bank
those.
balance sheet.
This one, the
responding to
5090
banks'
was
increased
supplied
short-run
by,
demand for
who
reserves,
was it that
spending,
bought this for me? I can't even remember.
Balance sheet says she was encouraged to see use of.
I mean, I
steady
bought it
Ripple
off of them,
facility at
but
June
they bought
quarter
it
end,
and
anticipates
mailed it
similar
to me.
use in September, if needed.
Who was that? It was one of you
Logan
all. I can't
repeats
remember.
that Fed balance sheet should
Thermaltake
hold
Tower.
primarily treasuries
The
in the
disrupt-
long run. That's from the
Revolutions.
Dallas Fed president.
Thank you, Revolutions. I was thinking you were Dev. I couldn't remember who. But you had problems with that GPU? No, I didn't. I had problems with my old one, and I think it was because the thermal grease was going out, which I replaced. Seasonic Prime is 1600 watt titanium power supply. That thing is a beast. Shit tons of fans and a little screen for a whopping total of $6,500. And it runs like a champ. I will say this, when everything was like bleeding edge new and all the drivers really kind of were still coming out, and I had issues, but ever since then, haven't had an issue in months. And you're shitty at trading. Shut your face. All open 5 charts. Halo, freaking ban yourself. Nice machine. Thank you, Pyro. Paid 1,400 and I have 97. I'll play Apex and League. I wanna the next thing I'm gonna update is my main monitor, because I want this to be high refresh rate for when I game. Right now it's capped out at 180 frames. They don't make an IPS panel that does more than that in the ultra wide. And OLED only goes to 240, so that's not enough of a jump for me. And I can't go OLED because it just gets screen burn-in from looking at charts all day. I can't go OLED. I'll burn the screen. $180 is plenty for you. For you, Shred, in your old eyes. I need more. I need super smooth, buttery smoothness. OLED doing that anymore? Yeah, it certainly can. OLED certainly can. It's not immune to it yet. 2 decades younger. 180 is not enough. If you've ever, I bought a 240 and I noticed a considerable difference. But I was like, man, if this is what the jump from 180 to 240 feels like, even though it was noticeable, but not like game changing. Game changing is going from 60 to 120. That's game changing. But if it was that noticeable, I can only imagine what it's like gaming on those 500 or whatevers. You went from 60 to 180. Yeah, it's night and day. If you're still gaming on 60 hertz, that's your next upgrade. Hey, shocker, no follow through. Jake, you are incorrect. You are incorrect. The wireless mouse from Logitech is faster than a wired mouse, because you are limited by the copper connection and wired, whereas this transition, there's nothing. There's nothing holding you back besides distance, and it is actually faster. I don't believe that. Look it up. A day. $5090s are $2,400 right now? Are you kidding me? Whoa. Really? Wow. It's your
UAMY, U.S. Antimony, shares seeing the
oh my
September
gosh.
7.5 calls.
Let me
trading
guess,
from
cheese.
Michael Yankee, large trade.
He sends me this saying that
Or
he's putting this
UAMY.
in his computer case. First off, if you have a 3.5-inch bay on your computer, I can't help you anymore. I can't help you. If you have that on your tower, I can't help you. I can't help you. Yeah, he's taking a CD burner and putting that in. Listen, cheese. Listen, cheese. If you're looking for a card reader, boom. This is it. This is
I was
what
watching
you do.
this
Get your little freaking
over 14,000
get your little USB card reader thingy
7.5
for those, once a year things you ever use. And when you're done with it, boom, you put it in a drawer. Show some class. I don't know what Cheese is doing over there. I don't think he knows what he's doing. I'm glad I didn't take computer advice from this man. He catfished me. I thought he knew what he was talking about. He's talking on 20-year-old knowledge. Dude's got 3.5-inch bays. Or 5 1/4, whatever that is. Back in my day. Geez, this is the way to go these days, all right? You get you a nice little tower. And if you need peripherals like that, you've got your desktop hub. All right, let me find you something, Cheese. Just so you know what I'm talking about. It's basically that, but it sits on your desk. It's got all of that.
UAMY,
Just a little
US
thing
Antimony shares
sits behind your monitor back way back there, so you
UAMY,
could look at it if you want. You could plug your little wireless mice stuff into that thing instead of going all the way to the desktop tower. Got all that stuff. The little hub, desktop hub. It's 5 1/4. Something had to go where they never use drive. Was you told me to remove, which I never did. I never told him to do that. See, this is what I'm talking about. I didn't even know he had that. He probably knew I didn't know that he had that, because if he knew that I knew that he had a 5 1/4, what did you take out? What did you take out? Did you take out a CD drive? I bet you had a Blu-ray drive there. I bet you had a Blu-ray drive that you hadn't used in about 5 years. I'm muted on the YouTube stream?
Here is what you do. All expenses, of course. Fly out to Dallas. We go to get barbecue first. Expenses trading fuel. Go to Micro Center. Buy the whole store. Stop by the dedicated networking store we have here. Load up on Ubiquity. Fly home.
Sounds like a hot day. A laser disc drive on a computer. I have a lot of laser discs, boys. Listen, let me tell you something. As a Star Wars fan, you need to have yourself a copy of Laserdisc Star Wars, because that is the last and best quality original Star Wars before George Lucas dicked it all up with his edits. It's the last original. Okay. I think it's just you, homie. Jeez, that's loud. And it's probably called M-Disc. You know about those? Oh my gosh. Are you freaking kidding me? Just the very fact that you told me you make fun of my AMD computer chip, I now view as a compliment. This man, one of the best traders I know, working on the most ancient of PC. I don't even know what you have. I know it's your graphic. He's running dual 1080 Ti's. All right. That is a 10-year-old computer part. 10-year-old. It's a GOAT card, don't get me wrong. But it deserves to be on a wall. Not in a computer. Not being relied upon for making buku bucks. Shut up, Good Banana. Shut up, Zach. It's not about me right now. It's about cheese. Maybe so, Joystick. That's actually a good point. They're not going to support it after next month? I thought they stopped supporting it already. I replace my computer every 2 years. Whenever a new graphics card comes out from NVIDIA is basically my timeline. It's unnecessary. I know. Actually, I take that back. It's every 4. My last PC was 4 years old. It had a 3090 in it. Shut up, cheese. I do 4 years. So every other one. But I'll probably update the graphics card on the 6000 series. Because the 5090 is a good card, but it's not the head and shoulders jump that you got from like the 4000 series. Because it was the same process, it was the same die size. So it was like a 4090 2.0. Whereas going from the 5000 series to the 6000 series, they're actually shrinking the die. It's a new die. So you should get a big performance jump. So I will update that. Shut up, Teddy. Intel makes a good GPU. It's a value play, though. It's not like high end. And good luck finding them. This place in my neighborhood. What is it? Oh, some barbecue. I've been to Texas a few times, and I haven't had good barbecue, I don't think. I just stopped at, I didn't go to any of the popular places. I was just driving down the road, said, let's try that place. Wasn't impressed. So I need to try true, Texas barbecue. OPAC coming back up to high day. Look at that bounce right off of those levels. You have a 15-year-old platform, 256 gig Xeon. Jeez. Wait, why the hell why you have that system? All right, boys, let's do it. I want to see your PC part picker computers. All right, post the links in chat. We're going to go over them. If there's a trade that comes up, we're going to take it. But I want to see what you boys got. All right, if you got a PC part picker link, give it to me. Oh, you're on back testing? Interesting. Teddy's up first. My first PC ever. Is this your current build? Why is it showing me the prices? I want the prices. You took those off. Savage. All right, this is Teddy's build here. i5 8600. Is this what you're currently running? I don't want to go over your first build. I want your current build. Windows 98. Okay. Give me 20 minutes to upload mine. You could do it in 5. Let's go, bud. It won't turn on. I don't want this shit. Give me your current stuff. Someone just got timed out. It's that long? Are we talking about your computer here? All right. Is this Phoenix's before he got smashed? All right. Wait, can we just look at this one? Oh, no. Okay. 7800 X3, great chip. Good start. Good for gaming. Arctic liquid freezer. This is literally the same AIO that Cheese bought, I think. Chick Bow Wow, you're next. I'll get you up here. ASRock, whatever, Wi-Fi, blah, blah, blah. Motherboards are a motherboard, really. Corsair Vengeance, good RAM, 32 gigs. This is the minimum I recommend for people. 99 or 990 Evo. Good. PCI 5? That's a 5? Do you have this cooled by chance? If not, my man. If not, I just bought this, and it's good.
OPAD, more highs now, up 187%. Oscar Papa, Alpha
This is
Delta.
$30. Anything Thermalright, by the way, is quality stuff. I know it's like super cheap, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's cheap shit. It's because they own the manufacturing of everything they do. They're mostly server stuff. You get you one of these. I'm building a computer for, like I said, there's one person company that I build computers for occasionally. They asked me to do another one. I'm waiting for the parts to come in, but this is just a actively cooled for your NVMe drive. Throw this bad boy on there 30, you'll never freaking thermal throttle it. $30 on Amazon. And it's really good. You can look at Jay's 2 cents. He did a review on it. That's what I'm doing in this PC. This company. Go back in the bag. That's a very tiny air cooler. His CPU is going to cook eggs. This is for a NVMe drive. Cheese. What the hell was I saying? Okay. Sapphire. I don't know anything about the AMD cards. I mean, I know they're good and they're good value plays, but I don't know like which one's which. Like the 9070, is there a 9080 or 9090? Like I don't know the labeling. Lee, good case. Hang on a second. Oops. Should be doing this over here. Oops. Oh, I dicked it up. Oh, there's your case. All right. There we go. Nice case. All right, who is next here? Chicka Bow Wow, where were you at? No, I want it over here on this tab. Why is it doing that? All right, I'll just do that way. Wait, was this yours? Oh, freaking Chromebook. Oh my gosh. Okay, get out of here. That one. This is Bootsmiths. Intel Netcore i9 49. I'm going to mute Discord. Apologize. 14900K. Congratulations. 24 core processor. Congratulations on a beast of a CPU that's going to burn down your house. So you might want to start getting some fire insurance and yeah. Nihilist AIO. See this cheese? This is how you cool. This is how you properly cool a freaking Intel chip with an AIO. Tough Gaming, Asus, good board. Vengeance, good RAM. NVIDIA Founders 3090. Nice. No freaking case. Power supply. Come on. Give me the goods. All right, that's Boots. Give me another one. Where are we at? Flying Squirrel, you're up. What we got? $13,900K. Hey, look at that, cheese. An AIO. These people know how to cool a freaking Intel chip. You all are insane with these 24 core processors from Intel. Also, get some fire insurance. Your house is going to burn down. Z790. Nice. Strix. Good board, right? Corsair Vengeance. Good RAM. Do you run it overclocked at 6600? I've just given up on RAM. I'm just like, it's not worth the hassle. Every time I run it at the overclock speed, I always have issues. I just run it at base. Yeah, I don't either. 990 Pro 2 terabyte. 4.0. 4090 card. Fractal, Eshify, good company. I hate the front of these things. 1000-watt modular, solid PC. Also getting fire insurance. All right, who we got next? This is Winston. Solid chip. ASRock board and 5. Good RAM. That sounds sus. I don't know this brand. Good RAM. They sell. Okay, I don't know this. Wind Force 5070, solid. MSI, modular power supply. What do you use to cool this? Do you just cool on air? Hooked on Phonics, you're next here. Okay. You gave me the wrong link, but we'll deal with it. 14700K, this is the same chip that Cheese has. It's going to burn down his house. Deep Cool Mystic 360. But at least you're cooling it correctly, unlike Deep Cheese, who cools on air and likes to heat his room with his computer. Asus, Strix, beast of a Mobo. Corsair Dominator Platinum, solid RAM there. 1 terabyte backup storage, 4080 Super. Got the Corsair Airflow. It's an OG case. 1000 watt power supply, some case fans. Nice, solid build. Solid build. One positive dude. Thank you, Siru, for posting the link. I can't see those links when they get timed out. Who is this again? One positive dude. All right. 9700X. Solid. AIO. Corsair. Solid. Gigabyte board. Nice. Vengeance. Everybody goes Vengeance, including myself. Well, I go Corsair, Dominator, Titanium. But I've never had an issue with the Corsair RAM. Gigabyte PCI 5. This is not air. There's no heatsink on this. You need to get one of those freaking Thermalright heatsinks ASAP. You'll thank me later. It's $30. 4070 Ti, good card. Dark Rock, good lord, that thing's huge. Why do you have such a big tower? Did you just have it? Corsair power supply. This, my friend, is disgusting that you paid $120 for Windows 11. You should never pay more than $30 for Windows. You need to get a freaking, go to those freaking window websites that sell Windows CD keys, and you're welcome. They're not bootleg keys. They usually come from like returns or something like that from computers, and the computer's trashed, but they can keep the key. So anyway, this is outrageous. Solid monitor. You get for $1 for dodgy websites. All right, who's next? Salt Life, is this yours? All right, let's see you, Salt Life. 8,700K. Damn. That ain't no 6 years ago. Actually, it is. Damn. Okay. AIO, everybody goes Corsair. ASRock, ooh, Tai Chi. That's a high-end motherboard there. Memory. Did you mean to put this twice? Seagate, Barracuda. Oh, 64 total. All right. MSI 2080 Ti. Nice. Corsair Crystal. Did you have cooling issues with this? Microsoft OEM. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Save yourself money. There was 3 drives? Oh, I see. Okay. Lots of fans. Oh, you can put your keyboard and mouse on there, huh? Okay. Logitech keyboard. Hero mouse. Thing is beefy. Steel Series, good. Brio. That's the webcam I use. All right. Who's next? Jason Bourne. That's who I have next. Lay the front glass off. Smart man. What's up, Dad? Should I buy into Intel? I don't think it's a buy. Jason Bourne, you didn't give the right link. That's not a link. Who's next? Cavitate. I got Cavitate here. All right, Cavitate. 12700K. MSI. Liquid cooler. All these AIOs, they're basically all the same because there's one company that owns the patent on it. So they're all basically the same. Just different sizes. The fans are the only real difference. Asus Prime Z690. G-Skill Trident. Solid RAM. Western Digital. Yeah, 4.0. 4.0s you don't need to cool as much, but can't go wrong throwing a $35 cooler on it. NVIDIA 3080 Ti, nice. Thermal take. Oh my gosh. Cavitate. Cheapest case. Oh, fair enough. It is cheap. If you're on a budget,
3 p.m. market update for
you spend $2,000, and that doesn't even include these prices. And you went. So this is like $100, $300, $150. It's like another $500. That's $2,500, and you cheaped out on a case.
S&P 500
I
is down
respect
14
it.
points.
Sleeper. It's a sleeper.
Dow Jones Industrial Average is
Rad.
down 96
Power supply. Noctua fans. You went with the Browns.
Nasdaq Composite up 14, now
You
15
have
points.
no self-respect. Great fan though. Best fans in the game.
2000 index is
Disgusting
down
color.
0.62% to 2,347.
No one cares about how it looks.
Gold down $3.10 an ounce to $3,415.40 an ounce.
1440p.
Crude oil up $1.09
24-inch monitors.
1.71% to $64.75 a barrel. Bitcoin on this Monday.
You all and your
down
small monitors. I
0.96%,
can't.
$212,340 a Bitcoin. Here's your 3
Who's
p.m.
next?
market update. 54
Good
minutes
banana.
until the close.
All right. I got good banana here. I'm just going down the list. All right. Okay. Good banana. Starting off strong. 7950 X3D.
SSR Mining. We're watching SSR Mining as shares
Solid.
receive volume to the upside as traders circulate. The stock is picked
Strix.
by a popular newsletter. Shares up
Ooh,
2.88%.
LCD liquid
to
cooler. Got the little thingy thing on there.
$17.61 a share.
Nice.
On the
Nice.
session, that is Sierra.
This is the
Romeo
kind of build I
Mike,
expect out of you,
SSRM.
by the way. Asus Mobo. 128 gigs of RAM. In 4 sticks. We got 2 4TB NVMe drives. 4090 Founders Edition. 1200 watt platinum power supply. Why do you have that? Does your Mobo not have? Oh, there it is. 2.5. Okay. Is this what you have like relayed to your servers and shit? See? Okay, there you go. There you go. Do you see what color that is?
The owners of the Epic Crude
That's
Pipeline are
black.
selling the asset.
Well done, good
With any
banana.
deal likely worth around $3 billion. It's via sources.
Yeah, 10 gigabit. Yep, I see it. Odyssey, 49 inch, 1440p, 240 hertz. Do you find that freaking 800 curve is 800, right? Do you feel like that's too much or not enough? It's perfect. I sat down in front of the 5K, 2K monitors, which I'm very interested in that resolution, but they're all in the 800R curve. And I'm like, it's too much. BenQ mouse, nice. That's very much like the Logitech wireless, or what do they call this? Pro, whatever. It's like the same freaking look to it. Shitload of Ubiquiti gear. 12. We said computer, but you're the one that offered up your freaking rack. Optical Thunderbird 3 cable. Shit ton. 12 grand for all of it. Good computer. Good man. Good computer. Who's next? ZBEM. $5,800 X3D, solid PC part right there. Knock to a fan, or knock to a CPU cooler. If you're gonna air cool, it has to be Noctua. Although if you paid $130 for it, now this might be an older one. It's like, why not go AIO? It's like the same price. Carbon Wi-Fi or MSI Carbon. This is the same board I have, but updated, newer. Kingston Fury Beast, 32 gigs, 4x8. Wow. Western Digital, 1 terabyte. 3090. It's a good budget build. How old was this when you put it together? Cooling Master box. Be Quiet, silver rated. Yeah, if you're gonna chintz on something, chintz on a power supply, right? 19-inch. What is this resolution? This is go to a freaking, I don't know. I can't help you there. This is better. At least you're running 1080p. Okay, there we go. 24-inch, 1080p. Solid computer. Solid computer. Solid computer. What we got next here? When you use power the rig. Oh, jeez. Freaking jeez. All right, that's everybody. Did I miss somebody? This was upgraded, basically. It was 1050 by 17. FD3 supports 3 times AIO's top, front, bottom. Oh, okay. It's the single optical Thunderbolt 3 cable that connects my rack to my dock, 50 meters. I didn't see the length of it. I did see the cable. It was $400, right? I didn't realize you had 50 meters of this shit. Oh, blazing. Okay, we got blazing here. $9,600. You see all these AMD chips, huh? It's weird how well they work. Thermalright. This is a solid company. I always thought they were cheap shit because the price was cheap. But no, they're just coming in like, we manufacture server shit. We're going to get into the retail market. We're going to undercut everybody because we manufacture our stuff. And it is solid stuff. And it has an LCD screen on it. That's wild. 32 gigs Corsair Vengeance. Western Digital 2 terabyte. PCIe 5.0. Get you one of these. This is the white. This is the chrome version with the white fan. I think they have one with a black fan. Get you one of those. ASRock. AMD card. 8 gigs. If you game, 8 gigs ain't enough. If you don't game, then it doesn't matter. Fractal Design, good case. Also extremely old case. I never want to see these again in any of your all's new computers. ASRock Steel Legends, modules power supply. 27-inch monitor. Solid. Solid. Eight gig. Okay, 8 gigs enough for Counter-Strike. We got caught. Oh, wait. Whose is this? Okay. This is Black Octo. Or Akko. 58.3 X3D. Noctua. Wait, I already did this one. I just did Cosmos. This isn't yours? It was your link. Did I not highlight it? Wait, what? Give me the link again. Oh, this is Cosmos. Okay, this is Cosmos. 9800 X3D, solid. Lian Li, oh, he went with the white build. And the Hydra Shift, solid AIO. Got the white Mobo. Wi-Fi 7, nice. 32 gigs, Corsair Vengeance, RGB. Samsung 2 terabyte, 5.0. Get you one of these. Get you one of them. I'm serious. It's $30 freaking. And it's not shit. WindForce, 5070. Lian Li, O11D. That's a GOAT case. That's what my old one was. I didn't have the D, but I had the O11. This case changed the game. Now everybody has a case like it. Lian Li, 1000 watt gold. Oh, wow. Look how they stack that. That's pretty cool. I did someone else's, not yours. All right. This is yours, right, Cosmo? Best PC I've ever worked with. Granted, I've only built. Yeah. That's pretty nice how they put the wiring like that. All right. Black Octo. Or Akko. Black Akko. I think this is your link. Okay. i9 12900K. MSI cooler. Asus Z790, Wi-Fi 7, G-Skill Ripjaws 32 gig. Nice. All this is nice. Seagate 2 terabyte. You just must have had an old one you just threw in there. 990 Pro 2 terabyte PCIe 4.0. 37 Ti. Got the airflow. Corsair Gold 1000 watt. Good on the monitors. 32 inch, 32 inch, 32 inch, 1440p's. X Pro super light. This is my mouse. This mouse is goated. Come at me. Logitech. Solid build. Solid build. All right. That's everybody. Anybody else? Last call. Last freaking call. Fig Lode. Any FEMA update? No. Well, okay, yeah. I got a letter saying I got approved for funds. This is how inefficient our freaking government is. I already told you that the guy came out, took the pictures again. So this is the second person that comes out. And they did the same thing that the first person did. Is they did something wrong on their end, lost all the answers to the questions they asked me, and lost all the pictures that they sent. So they had to ask me all the questions again over the phone, and then he had to come back out and take the pictures again. So anyway, I didn't have high hopes. Then I get a letter saying I got approved for more funds. So the first amount I got was like 10 or 14,000. And that's without that's just the government throwing money at you. They didn't really look at anything. The second, after you appeal, then people supposedly that have an idea of construction get involved. And you have to get quotes. FEMA calls the people that gave you quotes. You don't know anything about how those conversations went. Luckily, I personally know the people that did my backyard and they're FEMA approved. So he told me how their conversation went. Comes out, takes the pictures again, the same thing. I got a letter saying I got approved for more funds. Doesn't tell you when those funds will come. Doesn't tell you how much. So you can't start anything because you don't know how much you're getting. It could be $5,000. It could be $500. It could be $70,000. I don't know. Lowly Henchman. What is this? Is this your build? Let's see, Lowly. For those that want to do what we're doing right now, you just go to freaking PCPartPicker.com. That's the place. PCPartPicker.com. And there's a little builder in there. And if you want to build a computer, it'll tell you if you have compatibility issues like this one right here. It'll tell you what the issue is. And it probably tells you in order to run this CPU with this motherboard, you have to update the BIOS. And it'll tell you, this is all your slots that your motherboard has and what you have plugging into those slots. It's really cool. All right. 7800 X3D, solid gaming. Arctic Liquid Freeze, nice. Asus Prime Pro Wi-Fi, can't go wrong. G-Skill Trident, can't go wrong. Samsung 990 Pro 2 terabyte, can't go wrong. MSI Spectrum G4 4090, solid card, no point in upgrading that. Of course, Airflow and modular 1000 watt, solid computer. 500, if I remember correctly. I think she's in your general area. She got $500. Did she have house damage? $500 is what they give if you had to buy a chainsaw. So there's questions they ask, and they're in specific lots of questioning. One is, did you have to buy anything? Tarp, chainsaw, anything that you like, a freezer, like generator, whatever. Did you have to buy anything immediately because of the hurricane? And if so, you get $500. That's what that $500 was. Yeah, whole community got that. No house damage for her, but both bridges in her neighborhood were totaled. Okay, so she got the $500 for. I had to buy food. You have to buy food or something because your refrigerator's toast. Anything in that list that you check off, you get your $500. And our bridges were on. My community, our whole road system's dicked. It still is dicked. And FEMA doesn't deal with HOAs. So they're having to deal with HOAs now in ways that they've never done in the past, which blows me away. So before, you really couldn't file it. Your HOA couldn't file for your road system in your neighborhood, even though they maintain it. Well, now they are. I don't know if it's an administration change or they're like, this is kind of dumb. Maybe we should be able to work with HOA, because it used to be only homeowners. So anyway, long story short, at least with Helene, they were working with HOAs. Supposedly, we got a lot, like 240,000 for the neighborhood, but I don't think they've gotten the money yet. Did you have to buy a 59 to keep your house warm? Fair enough. My first build over 10 years ago. Wow, very nice cable management. Is that a 1080 Ti? Whoa, I don't want to scroll down any lower. Jeez, what did I just see? Yep, that's an ass. I did see ass. We all had that. 10 years ago, we all had that. It's a 780. Jeez. AIOs? Been around for a while. They were pricey when they first came out, though. Cosmic Robot.
Let's go.
5 months, my man. All right. I'm calling it here. I know you guys like hot, sweaty things, so you're welcome for this raid. Freaking $1,200. This was sweaty Chad kind of day, man. Did they feel any different to you? Nope. It was horseshit. Every one of my trades today was buy the dip, buy support level, buy support levels, play the first immediate bounce. That was it. That was the entire day. That was the freaking entire day. Blue shirts, good luck. Well, guess what? I'm not taking it off. So, enjoy the raid, boys. Wait, I can't raid this guy? Oh, for crying out loud. Disregard. Guess we can't raid hot, sweaty men. Jeez. Disregard. Yeah, you can stop raids. You can have your settings so you don't get... Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, boys. This might be the coolest cat on Twitch right here. All right. Oh, he took his sunglasses off. This dude has a stack of CDs in his background. That's why he's getting this raid. See you boys tomorrow.